Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tamu Gibson, and I am serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SACC. For this meeting and in my role, I will be opening up the third day of the public meeting on EPA's 2024 review of the draft risk evaluation for formaldehyde. I'd like to repeat that the SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. As a reminder that this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. I would like to thank the chair, Dr. George Cobb, for chairing today's session, and the committee members and ad hoc reviewers for responding to charge questions on yesterday, as well as I would like to thank the public commenters who presented on yesterday as well. Now we will proceed with the remaining charge questions, and I would like to hand it over to the chair, Dr. George Cobb. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, and welcome everyone to our committee. I'd like to thank the committee for a robust discussion yesterday, the EPA for the presentations the previous day, and the public for a robust series of comments that should help us formulate our report on this matter. I think the first order of business should be to call the roll, and then we'll get into the daily business. So, Dr. Apti.
I'm here.
All right, Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chasen.
Here.
Dr. I.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
Here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Here.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Fox, I see you. I had a note that you were going to be maybe out, but I got you now.
I'm here. Okay, thanks.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Here.
Great. Dr. Reif.
Here.
Dr. Rubin.
Here.
Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Voorhees. Mr. Wright. Thought I saw Mike just a second ago. Okay. Dr. Barakal.
Here.
Dr. Brycey.
Here.
Dr. Wait, not yet. Yes, Dr. Henneman.
Here.
Dr. Caden.
Here.
Dr. Kelly.
Here.
Dr. Kim. Dr. Landis.
Here.
Dr. McClellan.
Here.
Dr. Strickland.
Here.
Dr. Sweeney.
Present.
Dr. Wolf.
Present.
And Dr. John. Okay, let me go back through a couple here. Dr. Voorhees. Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
There. I thought I saw you in the right
The
before we got
audio was off.
That's okay. Dr. Kim.
Yes, here.
And Dr. John. We have quorum, so we are in good shape. So I want to remind folks that we're going to have EPA is going to ask us a few questions, perhaps get some clarifications on charge question 1 and 2, and I hope are going to provide some clarifications for us for some questions we asked yesterday. Before we do that, I'd like to see if there are comments from the committee about anything that we didn't get to yesterday in charge questions 1 or 2 that need any attention. If not, I'd like to turn this over to EPA. I know they had a couple of clarifying questions for the responses to 1.1 and 1.2, and perhaps some responses to our questions as well.
Hi, good morning. Rochelle Bohati with EPA. So I think we'll get started with addressing your questions that you had asked for clarification on, and then we'll transition to the clarifying questions we have on the charge.
Great,
so I will first begin by summarizing what we believe the question was that you asked, and then provide our response. So the question was, why did the agency not include tailpipe emissions, specifically in distribution of commerce from cars, trucks, and vehicles in its draft TSCA risk evaluation, if not regulated under TSCA? That was the first clarifying question. So Appendix A of the conditions of use of the draft risk evaluation for formaldehyde describes how the chemical substance formaldehyde is subject to federal and state laws and regulations in the United States. This appendix contains a compiled information from the available federal, state, international, and other government sources. As announced in June of 2021 and codified in the recent risk evaluation rule, EPA is no longer excluding exposures to the general population because these exposure pathways were already regulated or could be regulated under EPA-administered statutes such as the Clean Air Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, or the Clean Water Act. Formaldehyde can be emitted from many types of combustions. In indoor settings, these can include burning candles, tobacco smoke, fireplaces, and household appliances. These sources can also include tailpipe emissions, including cars, trucks, and boats, emission from outdoor fires, including wildfires, prescribed fires, and agricultural burning, and emission from industrial sources. Some combustion activities that produce formaldehyde could occur during the manufacture, processing, use, or disposal of other chemical substances or mixtures. Significant concentrations of formaldehyde are also found in the environment due to secondary formation of the chemical after degradation of other compounds. For example, when a different chemical undergoes reactions in the air and forms formaldehyde. Because combustion and secondary formation are so abundant and likely result in co-occurring exposures, this draft risk assessment could not practically or reasonably differentiate secondary formation, formation from combustion, and direct release of formaldehyde with certainty for this draft risk evaluation. Secondary formation and combustion are the largest contributors of formaldehyde to ambient air and indoor air concentrations. A full quantitative evaluation of exposure and risk from formaldehyde produced during secondary formation and combustion was not practicable and would impede efforts to conduct a scientifically sound and fit for purpose evaluation under TSCA within the statutory timeline. For purposes of the TSCA draft risk evaluation for formaldehyde, EPA considered these as background exposures that are accounted for in the outdoor and indoor air exposure assessment. So,
yes.
That's the end.
Thank you for that response. And I guess the other question was, is that being done anywhere else in the agency? Because you said it could be done under the Office of Air, but the question was, is that being done anywhere else?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of other offices within EPA.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And that does clarify what where you are.
Okay.
And then there were some other questions from other committee members.
Yep. Yeah, so the next question I have is, did EPA assess fuel additives in its draft risk evaluation? If not regulated under TSCA, who regulates it? So formaldehyde added to fuels was assessed for inhalation and dermal exposure to workers and dermal exposure for consumers in the draft TSCA risk evaluation for formaldehyde. These exposure scenarios are intended to cover formaldehyde exposures during gas station activities, bulk storage, loading and unloading, and fueling of vehicles. Please refer to section 4.23-3 of the draft occupational exposure assessment and appendix B of the draft consumer exposure assessment. Exposures following combustion of the fuel are considered as background, as EPA expects the primary source of formaldehyde exposure is from the formation of formaldehyde as a product of fuel combustion.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay, so the next question that we thought we heard was, did EPA consider dermal exposures from textiles to be chronic or intermittent exposures? Dermal exposure from textiles are most likely short-term or intermittent exposures rather than long-term or chronic exposures. Appendix D summarizes EPA's qualitative assessment of dermal exposures based on uncertainties associated with quantifying a thin film of formaldehyde from solid materials such as fabrics. One such uncertainty includes the lack of information regarding the migration of formaldehyde through fabric. All right, so the next question we thought we heard was, how did EPA assess different types of wood flooring? On composite press wood, in table 2-2, EPA identified emission rates from literature for various wood types, including those used to construct hardwood floors and wooden furniture. Those wood types may be composed of pressed wood, bare urea formaldehyde wood products, coated urea formaldehyde wood products, particle board, and plywood. Given that hardwood floors are wooden furniture may be composed of these wood types in various combinations, EPA considered a central tendency value of formaldehyde emissions from these wood products. In such cases, EPA assumed that the reported emissions from such sources are from wood products specifically. Though, as an uncertainty, EPA acknowledges that exposure to formaldehyde emissions from furniture or flooring in commerce may be from a combination of formaldehyde emissions from the glues, varnishes, and paints, in addition to the wood. Also, since the publication dates for such emission rates predate the pressed wood product emission rule implementation dates, the emission rates identified for various pressed wood products and wood articles don't currently reflect the formaldehyde emissions for products on the market.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question we had was, can the agency clarify what range of data are provided on page 22 of the ambient air assessment? The summary of the American Healthy Homes Survey 2 on page 22 of the ambient air assessment for formaldehyde reports the mean and concentrations of formaldehyde on page 22. There are typographical errors in the presentation on the American Healthy Homes Survey in table 3-2. The American Healthy Homes Survey data in table 3-4 are correct and are weighted to be nationally representative.
That's very helpful to clarify that cross tab back to those data. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so the next question I have is, how did EPA consider other sources, specifically combustion sources of formaldehyde, in the American Healthy Homes monitoring data? So homes with combustion sources, for example, including smoking wood stoves and fireplaces, were identified in the survey. However, EPA noted that in general, there wasn't a meaningful difference in the concentrations between homes with and without combustion sources, but there were some homes with combustion sources that had double the concentrations of homes without combustion sources. So see section 3.2.2.1.1 of the indoor air assessment. Okay, so how do air cleaning devices create formaldehyde regarding SACC presentation slide 87? In section 3.2.2.1.2 of the indoor air module, We state air cleaning devices such as the photocatalytic air purifiers can produce formaldehyde from irradiation of air contaminants, leading to increased indoor air concentrations of formaldehyde, and we provide the citation. In addition, the increase in formaldehyde emission rates with relative humidity in the absence of oxidative conditions, examples ozone, suggest that formaldehyde is formed as a byproduct of the hydrolysis of filter additives, and we provide the citation.
Thank you.
So the next question is, how does EPA address environmental exposure to air and terrestrial exposure? So potential risks to terrestrial organisms via the ambient air exposure was evaluated in the draft environmental risk assessment for formaldehyde. It's summarized in section 2.3. Both ambient air monitoring data, section 2.1, and modeled ambient air concentrations detailed in the ambient air exposure module were compared to the hazard values for terrestrial organisms, plants, and vertebrates. And this is detailed in the draft environmental hazard assessment. The highest measured concentration of formaldehyde in ambient air was 60.1 milligrams per meter cubed. The highest modeled concentration of formaldehyde in ambient air for a TSCA condition of use was 50.5 micrograms per meter cubed. The most sensitive reported endpoint for terrestrial organism exposure for formaldehyde in air was a 4-week exposure in plants, common bean, which yielded a NOAC of 438 micrograms per meter cubed. So terrestrial organism hazard values are approximately an order of magnitude above the highest measured and modeled concentration of formaldehyde in the ambient air. Thus, no risk to terrestrial organisms is expected based on the relative concentrations with respect to the toxicity endpoints. So last question I have are, what steps are there to be done to finalize the IRIS assessment? And we cannot speak for the IRIS program. However, as mentioned in the agency presentations, EPA is currently considering the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine comments, and a final IRIS assessment is expected to be published prior or in coordination with the final TSCA risk evaluation.
Okay, great. Thank you for those. Thank you for those responses. Those answered my questions, except one that I'm not, but I'm going to cover that in my comments today, so it's okay. I see Dr. Hinman has his hand raised.
Yes, thanks for the clarification. Just one clarification on the clarifications. There was a question, can the agency clarify what range of data are provided on page 22 of the ambient air assessment? But I think the response to that is more for the indoor air assessment. Can you just clarify that that's correct? Because it talks about the Healthy Home Survey, which I think is indoor.
So it is indoor air.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf.
So I understand, on the steps of finalization of the IRIS assessment, I understand that's a different part of the agency, but do you plan to share the comments from this FACA with the IRIS program? And do you have a plan in case your conclusions and forward position as you finalize your assessments ends up in a different place than the IRIS program's document?
Morning, Dr. Wolf. You're always the one to hit to the heart of the issue, aren't you? So good morning, everyone. NLO at Science Advisor. Yes, we will be sharing the comments that you've been having and the report, and I suspect that we'll be having conversations internally with not only our ORD colleagues, but some of the colleagues from our sister offices who also use the formaldehyde reference hazard values.
Thank you. Dr. Apt.
Yeah, hi, this is Udayan Apte. I had a question, kind of follow up on something that was discussed yesterday about the IRIS document. Question was, where is that process? Where is the review of that IRIS document now, which is sort of foundation of what we are doing here. I went online and checked, and it tells you a little bit. It basically says now that if you look at the status, it basically says it's in the before the final review or something. So if agency can comment on where that document is in the process and what's going to happen with it, that will be really helpful. Thank you.
So as Anna Lowett, as you heard from Rochelle, the staff here in the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics can't speak on behalf of ORD, and we don't have any ORD colleagues available to speak on the microphone. But we have been working closely with them, and our expectation, maybe until yesterday, was that they would be finalizing that it either in parallel to or prior to the completion of the OPPT risk evaluation. But given the comments yesterday, I think we're going to have dialogue internally on the status of that and the extent to which we have Federal Advisory Committee reports that are in conflict with each other.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Udayan Apte again, and I understand that different groups are working on it. It's just that it's one review is so dependent on the other, or that some clarity is great in that regards. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lowett, did you have additional things? Or are you simply there as the responder?
Both. There was one more question that Dr. Bricey had asked yesterday that Dr. Wolf answered on our behalf about the extent to which EPA has precedent for using irritation as an endpoint for a risk assessment. And I think the natural extension of that is acute endpoints to cover an entire risk assessment. And I just wanted to make sure that the panel realized that Dr. Wolf's answer does reflect the common practice of the Office of Pesticide Programs. In fact, our antimicrobial division routinely uses irritation as endpoints for biocides, as that's primarily the way they work. Biocides primarily work by lysing cells, so it makes sense that they're also irritants. The pesticide program also has a number of major assessments, including the entire class of N-methylcarbamates and the entire class of pyrethroids, by which are only done in acute assessments are only done. Chronic assessments are not done because they're based on decades of mode of action work that supports the acute being the most sensitive endpoint for human health.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Just to follow up to your last comment, I was intrigued by some of the information that came out from one of the speakers regarding the use of formaldehyde in animal feeds. And I am assuming that this is not an area of direct responsibility or even that much of relevance in this particular review, but I just wanted to check.
That's correct. That use is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I think we've got through the committees.
George, it's
Yes.
Roger McClellan. I would like to offer a comment.
Sure. I didn't see that you've raised your hand, but surely.
My system that is disabled, I guess. The question, I raised the question yesterday as to the participation in the meeting of individuals from the Office of Air and Radiation. I was not given a very clear answer. I'd like to know today if there are any individuals from that office participating. And second, I'd like to know if there are any individuals from the office that prepared the IRIS document participating. My concern relates to the agency overall and how different parts of the agency participate in activities that are very far-reaching, such as this. I am reminded that I served as chair of a committee to review airborne lead in the 1970s. I was distressed when decades later, the Flint, Michigan event occurred. That was an event involving lead in water. It's unbelievable to me that the agency could not have been sharing information from the air office to the water office such that these effects of lead, which were well known in the 1970s, were not brought to the forefront in terms of another media. So it's disappointing to me that there are not representatives of the air office present or of the office that prepared the IRIS document. To me, that's just totally unacceptable and shows that the agency is still a collection of silos which ought to be broken down to better serve the public. Thank you. That was Roger McClellan.
So I think the question there was related to who's in attendance from EPA. And I think that was answered yesterday unless things have changed today.
Well, are there any individuals present today on this conference, on this video virtual presentation from the air office or from the office that prepares the IRIS document? They would benefit greatly from the conversations that we have been having.
So, Dr. Lowett, do you have a response?
I do have a response. Anna Lowett, Science Advisor. So our response is similar to yesterday. In fact, many of the silos across EPA, we do work across different statutes, and different statutes have different requirements. But that said, many of the silos that you speak of from when I started at EPA have really been broken down. We have worked very closely with ORD on almost every step of the hazard assessment, the human health hazard assessment for this assessment. And our staff who've done some of the modeling have been in contact with the air office routinely along the way. I'm not aware that air or ORD staff, there are two different ways to observe this meeting. One is through the Zoom link, so you have access to speak, and one is through YouTube. And we're not aware that ORD or air have the Zoom link to participate actively. And we don't know who is on the YouTube. So, the only way to find out is just to ask them. And if that's of grave importance, we can, but otherwise, they're not able to answer questions right now. And
thank you for that response. And I think now perhaps EPA, you had some clarifying questions for us based on questions 1.1 and 1.2, if I'm not mistaken. Is there anybody from the agency there?
can you repeat the question? Apologies.
No, I understood at the end of the day yesterday, there were questions about our response to 1.1 and 1.2, and I wanted to see what those questions might be.
After talking amongst ourselves this morning, I don't think we had a clarifying question right now, but we did want to maybe put in a request that although we heard strong consensus on the major points around some of the challenges with the IRIS RFC and the confidence in the sensory irritation acute studies from a we heard large consensus across a broad swath of the panel on those two big picture issues. Some of the more specific issues, like the degree of adversity or the application of what uncertainty factor or the benchmark dose versus NOAC, we heard a diversity of opinions about that, and which is perfectly fine. If there's not a single recommendation on some of those real specific issues, we just ask that the panel is clear on those diversity of opinions, so that we can look at the breadth of that. But if there was a specific recommendation there that we missed, I guess maybe some clarity there, but we heard a diversity of things on all those topics across 1.1 and 1.2. And so if we can just make sure that the report is clear in that sense. And also we would ask that the 1.1 and 1.2 responses are harmonized to the extent that makes sense, that we're getting consistent feedback, because the way the panel responded to those two questions, they're directly linked now.
So I appreciate that comment. And many of the discussants are the same for 1.1 and 1.2. And you are right, there was a wide array of perspectives provided, and that will be captured in language such that it may be one committee member or several or most or the committee had this perspective. So you can look for that kind of language in our response.
That sounds great. Thanks so much.
And I don't know if that requires the leads in 1.1 and 1.2 to say anything. I hope that captured the comments.
George, you muted yourself.
How did I do that? I think we pick up with the charge now. So I believe we are at 1.3, which is dermal hazard. And I believe the agency should read that question into the record.
This is Susanna Wegner with the EPA. Do we have the charge question to put on the screen, or yesterday we were posting it?
It should be there.
Oh, maybe.
Here it comes.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, 1.3 dermal hazard value. As described in section 4.2 of the draft human health hazard assessment, the available human, animal, and in vitro evidence on skin sensitization from formaldehyde exposure were reviewed. The ethical and scientific conduct of the 2 human studies used to support dose response analysis was previously reviewed by the HSRB. In the development of the dermal hazard identification, dose response analysis, POD selection, and weight of scientific evidence narrative, HSRB comments were considered. The HSRB did not review the overall weight of scientific evidence or the draft dermal POD. Please comment on the selection of the dermal sensitization POD, draft weight of scientific evidence narrative, application of uncertainty/extrapolation factors, and characterization of overall confidence.
Okay, this is Cynthia Graham. I am the lead for charge question 1.3. In regards to the dermal sensitization point of departures, the draft human health hazard assessment used human data, animal data, and computational data based on in vitro results to develop a number of PODs. The sources of confidence and uncertainty section uses POD in the singular, but it is not clear which POD will actually be used. Human data should be preferred when both quality human and animal data are available. Although techniques to integrate multiple data streams, such as the skin allergy risk assessment integrated chemical environment model, should also be considered. Reference is Maxwell 2024. The assessment justifies using a POD based on 2 human studies of elicitation rather than induction of skin sensitization to protect sensitive subpopulations that are already sensitized to formaldehyde. The EPA assessment did not justify using the fly foam data over the Fisher data, 1995, when the Fisher study had the lowest benchmark dose, lower confidence limit at 10%, the BMDL10. However, the Human Study Review Board, HSRB, did recommend that the Fisher study only be used in a supporting fashion. In addition, HSRB suggested the fly foam study could be used as part of an endpoint selection and derivation of POD for elicitation of dermal sensitization from dermal exposure, given the limitations and recommendations provided by the HSRB are taken into account. It is not apparent that the EPA has applied the recommendations by the HSRB to this assessment. For the induction POD, the assessment provides a good rationale for deriving a POD based on elicitation, but then goes on to develop a POD based on induction anyway. Elicitation is a more sensitive endpoint than induction and will protect sensitive subpopulations. Deriving an induction POD may verify that the elicitation POD is more sensitive, but the EPA assessment provides no rationale for this derivation. The assessment also provides no rationale for selecting an animal study to derive an induction POD when there are multiple human studies available. There are 6 human induction studies in the Human Predictive Patch Test database compiled by NICEATM and the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, which is available in an Excel file that includes references for each study. And that was NICEATM 2023. As for the animal-derived induction POD, the health hazard assessment should provide the rationale for focusing on this one local lymph node assay study from Basketer and others, 2003, to derive an induction POD. There are more than 24 LLNA studies in the peer review literature, including those mentioned in Hoffman and others 2018. The OECD also heavily curated LLNA data to evaluate the defined approaches in Test Guideline 497 and found multiple acceptable studies. The results from the multiple studies in Hoffman 2018 were integrated to determine a reference EC3 value of 0.85% for formaldehyde. The reference value used by OECD was an EC3 of 3.8% on the more heavily curated data. The committee disagrees with HSRB's statement that any of the results of the human studies reviewed were based on one individual. The results are based on the entire population. However, there is agreement with the BMD analysis because they use the data from the entire dose response curve rather than a single endpoint such as a no-L or a low-L, which are based entirely on the doses selected for testing. EPA is commended on the use of the BMDL to obviate the possibility of 1 out of 20 response being considered a low L. However, the committee recommends that the analyses in Appendix B2 provide the input data as well as the output data for the BMD models. To go further, Dr. Strickland will now read the comments for the weight of scientific evidence.
Hello, this is Judy Strickland. Did we want to stop there, Dr. Cobb?
No, I was just going to say thank you and please proceed, Dr. Strickland.
Okay, thank you. So these are our comments on the weight of scientific evidence narrative on the dermal hazard value. There are several areas where the scientific weight of evidence assessment should provide more information. EPA relies on 2 studies. However, OPP and OPPT identified additional intentional dosing human studies through systematic review, but did not rely on them to establish a POD. It stated that some of the studies represented less sensitive elicitation threshold values than the studies chosen, and therefore would not impact the selection of the POD. Other human intentional dosing studies tested at lower concentrations, but that were not informative in the determination of the POD for skin sensitization for various reasons, including having limited or no data on the quantitative analytical methods, no dose provided for the skin loading in the units used in the risk assessment for exposure, or limited study participant information. And that was on lines 863 to 868. These studies could, however, provide information in the weight of scientific evidence evaluation and should be referenced and discussed in more detail in order to make the rationale for using only 2 studies transparent. Section 4.2.1 indicates that methanol is not a sensitizer and cites the European Chemicals Agency ECA file for that substance. ECA's determination was based on animal studies, and the statement should be qualified as such. Has EPA looked for human skin sensitization for methanol? It is agreed that methanol could increase the absorption of formaldehyde, but that is also the purpose of any vehicle used in any of these tests. Any vehicle, formaldehyde is going to be mixed with the vehicle for these tests. So neat formaldehyde would never be applied in any of the tests evaluated. And for comments on skin irritation section, the doses applied should be converted to micrograms per centimeter squared so that they can be readily compared to one another and with the doses applied for skin sensitization assessments, because it's not readily apparent now that the irritation effects were not consistent across studies, and it's also not readily apparent that the doses shown for irritation are larger than those for skin sensitization studies. And in that paragraph, line 710 should note that the 37% formaldehyde was applied, and the industrial biotest laboratory study results on irritation should be qualified with some uncertainty due to a scientific scandal at the IBT labs in the 1970s where fraudulent data were produced. And we have a couple of references from Wikipedia 2024 and Schneider 1983. The scandal was actually the motivation for development and publication of good laboratory practice guidelines. And now our comments on the skin sensitization and other immune effects section. Lines 753 and 755 should be revised because it has conflated the LLNA stimulation index with the LLNA EC3, which is the concentration producing a stimulation index of 3, which is the threshold for a positive response. And we suggest an edit here, which I don't need to read, but we'll have in our comments. But another in the lines 753 to 756 mentioned one LNA study by Baskeder, and the health hazard assessment again should provide rationale for focusing on this one single study when there are more than 24 LNA studies in the peer-reviewed literature. And those, including those mentioned by Hoffman et al. And the OECD heavily curated data, which has already been mentioned by Dr. Graham. So I won't belabor that. But for the comments on section 4.2.2, which is the identification of the endpoints for the dose response and the POD derivation, this section indicates that skin sensitization is the most sensitive non-cancer endpoint with which to derive a dermal POD. This statement would be more convincing if all the doses in the studies reviewed and the weight of scientific evidence were converted to the same units so that the reader could readily compare the effect doses. And the data presented for the Flyvom et al. Study, which was the major study for elicitation, the number of subjects reacting at each dose should be provided. That wasn't discussed. Another, although the LNA doses are typically reported as percent concentration, the committee suggests to convert the doses discussed in lines 889 to 890 to microgram per centimeter squared, so that can be compared to human doses as well. And now we'll go to Dr. Sweeney for to discuss our comments on the application of uncertainty and extrapolation factors.
Thank you, Dr. Strickland. The assigned discussants disagree with some of the agency's uncertainty factors. The point of departure for elicitation does not require a UFH of 10 because it was based on reactions of human subjects that were sensitive to formaldehyde. Test population was already a sensitive subpopulation. The recommendation of the assigned committee members is to use a UFH value of 1. When using the LLNA data, it is well accepted that uncertainty factors for interspecies extrapolation are unnecessary. For example, Baskeder and Safford in 2016 state that the LLNA EC3 value has been correlated directly with human experimental induction threshold data, which therefore has any interspecies variation already built into it. Regarding the characterization of overall confidence, we note that the dermal PODs are characterized as being derived from an extensive data set. However, the weight of evidence narrative doesn't show that because the extensive data set is not provided. Another source of uncertainty that should be discussed for the induction POD is that the LLNA does not measure the apical endpoint of skin sensitization. Rather, it measures a lymphocyte proliferation response in the lymph nodes that drain the site of application. The text about the difference between induction and elicitation doses is missing a paper by Greem et al. 2003, which induction and elicitation doses in humans for a number of chemicals, including formaldehyde, in their table 3. We also have some additional editorial comments that will be provided in the written remarks. This concludes the summary remarks prepared by the assigned discussants for this charge question.
Thank you. And I think that included all of the discussants except Dr. Heiger-Bernays. And I applaud you for breaking that up into manageable units. Dr. Heiger-Bernays, do you have additional comments relative to this charge?
I do not. Everything was covered in a wonderful way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now to the remainder of the committee, are there comments on this question that were not provided to the lead? Okay, so seeing none, thank you all for the discussants on charge question 1.3. I think we can now move to, if it's okay with the agency, we can go to charge question 1.4 and then circle back to any clarifying comments you may have after we've done both of these charge questions. So someone can read 1.4 into the record.
This is Susanna Wagner with EPA. 1.4 oral hazard values. As described in section 4.3 of the draft human health hazard assessment, available laboratory animal evidence from oral studies on formaldehyde were reviewed. Although OPPT reviewers initially identified uncertainties in several of the key studies when considered in isolation, EPA concluded that information across several of these studies, when considered together, can be used to support dose-response analysis and weight of scientific evidence conclusions. The draft human health hazard assessment includes identification of draft oral hazard effects and draft oral PODs. Please comment on the selection of the oral POD, draft weight of scientific evidence narrative, and characterization of overall confidence.
Thank you. And our lead discussant for this is Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the conclusion overall, which is the point of departure, the draft weight of scientific evidence, uncertainty factor calculations, and overall confidence are reasonable given the available literature and IRIS analyses. Specific comments and recommendations are provided to strengthen EPA's oral hazard values. So I'll start with the current formaldehyde assessment, which is a reiterated statement requesting that the draft formaldehyde iris assessment that was reviewed by the National Academies be recognized. The iris assessment has not been updated since the NAS report, and therefore some comments may seem redundant to that NAS report. Discerning clear physiological outcomes is complex due to variations in animal model design, carrier stabilizing solutions, life stage, and other factors, such as methods available for papers from the 1980s versus more recent studies. Due to a lack of, quote, strong, unquote, effects, many more chronic physiological effects occur. Allergies, immune system impairment, reproductive and neural effects, and those may be minimized. I'll start with selection of the oral POD. Animal studies span short and long-term exposures, generally via water or gavage, resulting in a range of effects, including behavioral and adverse health indicators. Specific adverse outcomes observed were skin irritation, respiratory system, and GI tract effects. The 3 studies selected were the best for developing candidate PODs, and the final POD selected was adequately supported by the discussion. Section 4.3.2 remind the reader that portal of entry effects would be expected for formaldehyde due to its high reactivity, and thus the fact that GI effects are the most sensitive effects is biologically plausible. The agency's POD determinations after dermal and oral formaldehyde exposure based on human and animal data generally seem reasonable. However, rating the two animal oral studies as uninformative because they lacked a water-restricted control group may be discounting them too much, given that there is no evidence that reduced water intake can induce stomach pathology. And a detailed analysis supports the effects of formaldehyde exposure in studies in which animals were exposed in the drinking water. And while there is this concern about potential confounding by reduced water intake, we include a recent publication demonstrating GI effects of toxicants in addition to any effects of dehydration, with some variation in the POD, but all show effects despite differing treatment designs and treatment durations. With regard to the draft weight of scientific evidence narrative, in conclusion, the draft weight of scientific evidence narrative is well done and informative, and the committee recommends that this narrative can be strengthened. And I'll give a few high-level recommendations, and the specifics will be included in the written document. So provide the doses tested for all the major effects considered so that they can be easily compared by the reader. The agency mentions several non-cancer outcomes: neurotoxicity, developmental toxicity, and reproductive toxicity, but says the data are insufficient. What does that mean? The next is that the text indicates that target doses were achieved. Target doses adjusted based on stability and water consumption, which made the adjusted doses lower than the target doses for the 2-year study. EPA should review and revise. NOEL and LOEL need to be clarified, and more detail in the written comments. Under reproductive and developmental effects, the narrative should mention that developmental effects were the most sensitive adverse effect for methanol exposure per the current IRIS file, or simply provide a reference citation for the statement that methanol may contribute to developmental effects. Next, potential for consumption of formaldehyde can also occur through plastic products in food storage and distribution, pesticides, albeit FDA regulated, and pacifiers, baby bottles, and toys. Given the potential sources of oral exposure, it's important to evaluate potential outcomes in animal studies, and no adverse outcomes from oral exposure have been documented in humans. And the last in that section, oral hazard data were not used in the human health risk assessment due to exposure not expected. This should be reconsidered, especially with potential exposure to young children in plastic products and via potential pesticide residues in food. I'll point out here that there was there was a difference in opinion amongst committee members with regard to whether there is likely to be life stage susceptibility with this local effect. However, life stage data should be considered with life stage susceptibility unless data support evidence of no differences in early life. And section 1.5.2 human health hazard assessment notes pests may be at greater risk of exposures, including subsistence fishing. With regard to characterization of overall confidence, the committee members note that the sources of confidence and uncertainty section was generally well presented. There are a few items I'll list here and then retain the specific details for the written comment. One important limitation missing from this section is that no human studies were available from which to derive a POD, which actually should be mentioned at the beginning of section 4.3.1. The section on sources of confidence and uncertainties could also provide a reference citation for the statement that, quote, methanol may contribute to developmental effects, unquote, and a rating of, quote, moderate may be more appropriate, especially since one of the oral studies did have a water-restricted control group and found no stomach pathology. Table 3.1, human health hazard assessment, has an uncertainty factor of 30 with data based on 2 studies in rats. The weight of scientific evidence based on drinking water treatments in rodents, despite some technical issues, GI tract effects were clear in a controlled 28-day study. And data are needed to characterize the point of departure at appropriate sensitivity with life stage, with developmental stages being potentially more susceptible. Are these rodent models predictive of effects in infants or children? And the remaining are editorial comments that we'll provide for the record, but I do want to mention that Dr. Wolf provides an example using the RISC-21 framework approach to enhance communication of conclusions in a sample plot embedded file. This publicly available tool through the Health and Environmental Sciences Institute with collaborations from many others that he shared yesterday for question 1.2, I believe, should be considered a useful tool to improve communication to senior leaders within the agency as well as the general public. And then we have a multitude of additional specific comments with regard to some of the effects that are documented in the weight of scientific evidence. And with that, I conclude the responses to question 1.4, oral hazard values for formaldehyde.
Thank you, Dr. Heiger-Bernays. It was an excellent summary. I'll now turn to the other discussants. In order, it will be Dr. Ottinger.
Thank you. That was an outstanding summary. And I know there was a lot of discussion in the background, so thank you for putting it all together. 2 quick points. The issue of lack of water and that being a confounding factor is somewhat resolved by the 2023 study. I would point out that when one looks at that particular study, it is not directly testing formaldehyde, but other toxicants. So just a note of caution there. The other item is that there was a lot of discussion about whether or not there could be direct or potentially indirect effects of the formaldehyde exposure orally to reproductive or other kinds of developmental effects. Because there's no literature really directly showing adverse effects directly, I would say that this is a gap in our understanding. Should not be dismissed as not possible, but recognizing that we do not have the data showing a direct linkage. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Dr. Strickland.
Thank you. All my comments were included by Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
Excellent. Dr. Sweeney?
I have nothing to add on this charge question. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Voorhees?
All my comments are included in the summary.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf?
We really didn't have an opportunity to do a lot of discussion on this. So there are a few things that I'd like to add and point out. And so some of my comments were not included into this summary, even though I did provide, they are provided as additional information, but they aren't just editorial. As the agency pointed out in their presentation, the FDA regulated information, while it's important for total aggregate exposure, isn't part of the this review. So I think it might be a little confusing for the public for us to bring up food storage and pesticides, pacifiers and bottles and that, even though they are potential sources of exposure. The other question I have is with regard to life stages, because this is a direct irritant, particularly in the oral, do we, other than the amount of exposure that you get, say through drinking water or food, because of the difference in intake in infants and children versus adults, but the outcome, I don't think there's really evidence that a direct acting irritant or cytotoxicant would be any different regardless of the age of the tissues. So I think that might be a unnecessary confounder of focusing on life stage differences on the dynamic outcome. I did want to emphasize, and then a lot of this will be in the written comments. If you look at what's repeated over and over again within the risk assessments, is that formaldehyde is a site of exposure, contact, irritant, toxicant, and that it's poorly absorbed. There is, as been pointed out, a very well characterized physiologically based kinetic model, so we can predict how much would get to different tissues based on what could be absorbed. There really is no evidence that from oral intake that the formaldehyde would get to systemic target sites, including the fetus. And there is evidence in the publications by Till et al. and the Tobe publication, or the chronic oral exposure, where they do not see histologic changes in reproductive developmental endocrine tissues. And so there's really little evidence. And so the text in the hazard characterization where it says that under conditions of appropriate exposure, what would those be? Because how does it get from the intake to the site of toxicity? And so those are the things I wanted to enhance out of my additional comments in there. Thank you.
Thank you. So now to the remainder of the committee. Are there comments from the committee? I see none, and I'm going to apologize to everyone. They're literally using some kind of a metal cutting saw right above my roof. So I'm trying to come in and out of this very quickly. so you don't have to hear it in the background. I would point out that there are data demonstrating concentrations of formaldehyde in drinking water. The references I saw were 25 micrograms per liter, which is not terribly high, but could inform the exposure aspect of this kind of oral hazard value, or at least oral exposures. And I did want to get that into the record. So if there are no other comments, I think we can move to the agency to see if there's any clarifications of our response to these charge questions.
Oh, we did have one clarification. First, want to thank the whole group for that very clear and concise description of those studies, and so thank you for that. But the beginning, we just want to clarify to the panel. There's some comments from Dr. Hibernase, the beginning about references to the IRIS assessment and the ORD role. We just want to make sure it's clear that the oral POD, the review of those studies, was done entirely by OCSPP. That work was not done by the IRIS staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no further clarifications from the agency, we can move to charge question 2.1. And this will be the environmental assessments. And if someone could read that into the record.
So George, this is Wayne. I need Dr. Kelly was going to.
Wayne, I think are you, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to give you a heads up with our emails. Dr. Kelly was going to cover the first section, and I was going to cover, she's going to do 2.1, and then I'll lead the discussion of the 2.2. And
yes.
Also, I believe you have a slide.
Correct.
That'd be useful to have. So I just wanted to give a heads up.
Thank you. So if the agency can read the charge question into the record.
Hello, this is Sean Shiflett. I will be reading in charge question 2 for water and land pathways. The draft human health risk assessment for formaldehyde and the draft environmental risk assessment for formaldehyde considered several lines of evidence, including the physical and chemical properties, environmental transport and fate characteristics, transformation products, removal efficiencies of modern wastewater treatment processes for formaldehyde, and reasonably available monitoring data when considering how to assess exposure to formaldehyde via the water and land pathways. For charge question 2.1. As described in section 2 of the draft chemistry, fate, and transport assessment for formaldehyde, available data show that formaldehyde rapidly undergoes chemical reactions, including nucleophilic addition and hydration to form methylene glycol in water. Further polymerization of methylene glycol to form oligomers of various chain lengths, mainly low molecular weight polyoxymethylene glycol. Formaldehyde is also expected to undergo reactions with soil particle surfaces. Similar reactions in biosolids are expected. In dry soils, formaldehyde is expected to volatilize. All these considerations support negligible amounts of formaldehyde in soil or water from TSCA conditions of use. Therefore, both the draft environmental risk assessment and the draft human health risk assessment conclude no risk from formaldehyde exposure in water and soil to aquatic organisms and humans. Please comment on the draft weight of scientific evidence narrative that concludes negligible exposure to aquatic organisms, terrestrial organisms, or humans via the water and land pathways. In your comments, please consider the strengths and uncertainties of the underlying data.
Morning, Anita Kelly, lead discussant on this particular question. When you look at the conclusions that are in the draft environmental risk assessment for formaldehyde, we see that it basically states no risk to any of the set of receptors that are looked at. And I'm not going to go into each one. That would be in the final report. The assumption that is made is that formaldehyde is not expected to be detected or to persist in the environment. However, EPA Region 10 has reported discharge values of formaldehyde from hatcheries that have used the chemical. So exposure to aquatic systems is key to endangered salmon, has been measured at a screening level. It is known that formaldehyde also degrades, as mentioned, to methylene glycol and paraformaldehyde. These chemicals are also toxic, or a QSAR predicts toxicity as demonstrated in the hazard assessment document. Therefore, the degradation of formaldehyde will add to the toxic loading of the receiving system until further physical or biological transformation occurs. The exposure document also states the amount of formaldehyde that is released into surface waters and into wastewater treatment facilities annually. While formaldehyde may degrade, the degradation products themselves are toxic. The assumption is that these loadings would then give similar values to the degradation products. On line 326 of the draft environmental risk assessment form under the conclusion for aquatic exposures, there's really insufficient information presented here to draw any conclusions, much less one that states that negligible concentrations of formaldehyde are present in water. If inefficient wastewater treatment plants are known to remove only 58% of formaldehyde, where's the evidence that we should expect that the natural system would be any better? Lines 309 to 313, again in the draft environmental risk assessment, the link for EPA 203C is incorrect, and that will be in our final document as well. All the monitoring data that shows formaldehyde in water are not used due to low confidence in analytical results. More monitoring data are needed, specifically at facilities where defects were found and where discharges are known to occur. Line 319 to 327, where they're looking at surface water modeling. This approach is contrary to the standard approach for TSCA review. If there are no monitoring data, then EFAST modeling of release data would provide a conservative estimate of exposure. If those concentrations are considered to be overestimates by the regulated industries, then they have the opportunity to provide monitoring data to demonstrate in-stream or lake or estuary concentrations. In the human health atmospheric modeling, formaldehyde was found to spread from facilities and to generate exposure to human populations. Such transport does not seem to be considered in the exposure analysis for environmental exposure. There are many important environmental endpoints that exist in these environments, including protected species of birds, mammals, plants, as well as insects critical to pollination. In addition, the atmospheric transport pathway may lead to exposures of agricultural resources such as cattle, birds, and crops. It does not appear that such exposure or effects were considered. At the end of section 2.4.1, the overall conclusion was that the uncertainties are not expected to meaningfully impact the overall draft risk assessment conclusions. No quantitative probabilistic analysis were presented to support this conclusion. Given this review and the review for the hazard and risk assessment, the assumption of no risk and therefore uncertainty is not an issue should be revised. And I'm going to conclude my comments or our comments for this particular question.
Thank you for that excellent summary. I do have a slide to show related to this, but I think I'm going to let Dr. Landis speak first, and then I will follow with that.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that introduction, Anita. Because it's exposure and response, and both are required. And 2.2.
Wait. Okay. Wayne, we're still on 2.1, but you're a discussant here.
Okay.
So we're simply seeing if you have more on 2.1.
No, I'm really happy.
Okay. Well, then we'll save your 2.2 until it's read into the record. And I would like either for Mr. Ali or Will to put my slide up or let me. Thank you very much. So this is George Cobb. This is to the point that I was trying to get to yesterday. This is my modification of an EPA slide. Full disclosure, these are great graphics with some terrible handwriting on them. So in this slide, EPA has relatively well depicted what is happening in the environment with formaldehyde. And there have been documented in the presentations concentrations of formaldehyde in the air. And there's a Henry's Law coefficient. You can list these either unitless or with units. I listed it as unitless here simply to make matters easier to interpret. And if you use the concentration in air and the Henry's Law constant, nothing else, you don't have to consider any other inputs into water, you get a 3.9 milligram per liter concentration of formaldehyde in water. Now, the agency has said that formaldehyde is going to rapidly transform to these glycol and paraformaldehyde constituents. I agree with that. I don't agree with the extent to which that occurs, at least for the paraformaldehyde, because it has been not evaluated that the kinetics for that paraformaldehyde production is a second order reaction, and therefore the rate is highly concentration dependent. So going to the methylene glycol in low concentrations, yes. Going to the paraformaldehyde in really low concentrations, I don't see any evidence necessarily to support that. You can calculate the rates though. The bigger point, however, is that the NOx and LOX measured in the laboratory used formaldehyde concentrations calculated not based on these equilibrium values, but based on the total formaldehyde added to the solution. So in the tox test, all of these constituents together led to a NOEC of 0.62 milligrams per liter and a LOEC of 1.25 milligrams per liter for fish weight gain. This is also in the EPA report. So we have a situation where, without even acknowledging that there are any water emissions, you can get concentrations in the water that exceed the LOEC for fish. So this shows that the entire assessment for the water aspect needs to be redone because the toxicity values that you're comparing to do not take into account the equilibria. And if you did, you'd have exceedingly low free formaldehyde concentrations that were causing the toxicity. And I don't want to belabor this anymore. I probably spent more time than I needed to on this. And with that, I will stop. And I think we turn this back over to Wayne. The agency to read into 2, and then we'll take questions about all of the environmental assessment from the agency after. So can someone read the charge question 2.2? And wait, before we do that, I'm very sorry. I did not go to the rest of the committee. I was trying to get out of my comments. I need to go to the rest of the committee. Are there additional comments on question 2.1? Dr. Ottinger.
I want to follow up on your comment and also refer to some of the comments that were made in response to the earlier charge question pertaining to the assumption that the action of formaldehyde is primarily as an irritant, and ask the question about some of the toxicity pathways that we know about. There's a large literature that pertains to other adverse effects that could be associated with exposure. So I'm just intending to put that into the record as something else that, again, is a gap in our understanding, but needs to be characterized, especially in terms of organisms that might encounter variable levels of formaldehyde, paraformaldehyde, and other products in the environment, in their environment.
Thank you, Dr. Otger. And would you just please make sure that Dr. Kelly, you send a quick note to Dr. Kelly about that.
Okay.
Are there other comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, now we can go to charge question 2.2.
Hello, this is Sean Shiflett again. I'll read in 2.2. As described in Section 3 of the Draft Chemistry Fate and Transport Assessment and Section 2 of the Draft Environmental Exposure Assessment, exposure to formaldehyde transformation products is not expected as these products are highly reactive and there are limited data to corroborate the presence of these residuals in water and soil. As such, transformation products of formaldehyde were not quantitatively assessed for aquatic organisms or terrestrial organisms. Similarly, humans are also not expected to be exposed via the water and land pathways as described in the draft human health risk assessment for formaldehyde. This approach was taken because of the highly reactive nature of the transformation products and the lack of data to corroborate presence of these formaldehyde residuals in water and soil. Please comment on these strengths and limitations of this approach.
Thank you for getting that into the record. And our lead discussant is Dr. Landis.
Thanks a lot. So I'm going to not read the entire thing, but I'm going to go work through and summarize it. The question is there toxicity at these concentrations? So we went through and looked at the toxicity data. The reports were either in EC values or LC values, mostly EC50s, or low X and no X. So the EC values are derived from regression models, which in some ways is an advantage, but an EC50 is a fairly large effect level, considering that when it comes to populations of fish, insects, birds, it's not a 50% mortality would be devastating. And there are other ways to modeling that. Low X and no X are calculated using analysis of variance followed up by multiple comparisons test. As has been mentioned earlier by other discussants and some answering some of the other questions, these are based off, the concentrations are actually based on the experimental design. So that does not necessarily tell you what would be an EC10 or EC20. Those concentrations may not have been tested at all. So they don't really describe the continuous exposure response that you'd expect in the field. Also, and I understand that the available literature is often difficult to extract that information from. Some of it's rather old. People didn't publish their raw data so much in the past. Oftentimes, LC50 was all that was reported, or the NOEC and LOEC. So it's very hard to go back through and actually evaluate this kind of data, especially in the context of most aquatic or terrestrial toxicity tests. What would be preferred would be an exposure response design where you don't necessarily need replication or minimal replication, but you need more concentrations for which you can fit a curve and get the confidence intervals. That way you can examine the exposure response at any concentration. And also, you need to look at multiple endpoints other than just mortality. The numbers of studies examined and sort of toxicity tested, I said is to be commended, but I think it's just that these kinds of tests are not done unless it's a chemical that's in mass production, known to be released, or falls under FIFA or other kinds of legislation. Unfortunately, a lot of this was in the 1970s and 1980s. We didn't have graduate students that knew R at the time and would go through and do these calculations. So there are limitations to the data sets. So that's an uncertainty that really wasn't described very much, but can tend to be a very important one. Also, the exposure response part, the hazard part, did generate a species sensitivity distribution, which is somewhat interesting. However, this is just a sensitivity over a few species and really doesn't give you a flavor, mostly for terrestrial species or the other organisms that are very important to ensure that we get the resources from these aquatic systems. Frustrating, but I understand, is that there was not much of a range of terrestrial species. Toxicity studies with mammals, birds, insects, and so forth are challenging and costly. I mostly see them done with compounds of greater interest or being registered under FIFA. As typical, there were no studies actually looking at changes in community structure by the addition of these chemicals through use of microcosms or in-stream studies or going to the field and seeing if there were changes in community structure and so forth. This is not the look at an ecological community is something that's very normal in the world. You're looking at inputs into water streams and so forth. And oftentimes you can detect changes in community structure that at very low concentrations. These take time and effort and are beyond the scope of what I consider most screening tests. So this aspect was not particularly covered. Table A4 was a good summary of the uncertainties in hazard value evaluation, and we made some comments with that. The biggest problem with the risk assessment is the assumption of no exposure. And Dr. Cobb's already addressed part of that, in that if you look at concentrations in the air, make some simple calculations, you would find concentrations in the water that would be considered toxic given the current data sets that we have, and they've already been published in the EPA report. One thing I also note about that report is that it was looking at growth, a sublethal effect, but growth in fish and invertebrates is very important to future reproduction of that population and the persistence of that population. We talked a little bit about all this kind of information. I think Dr. Cobb already covered most all of that information. That also there's an assumption that it goes into a non-toxic form. Dr. Cobb already presented that there are several forms, that it's a dynamic equilibrium, and to make an assumption that it goes into a non-toxic form, I don't think that's supported by the information. Yep. I think that talks, the rest of it is that EPA's measurements of air is very similar to the report that Dr. Cobb was talking about. So I think those numbers are very comparable. Lack of comparison of formaldehyde concentrations in the environment and comparing that to toxicity thresholds is an issue. They're relatively, in fact, it's stated that there are essentially no measurements. The report that was discussed in 2.1 actually is a measurement coming from hatcheries, fish hatcheries. So they had a distinct interest in examining what kind of formaldehyde and formalin and other breakdown products would be in those areas because of their use to control disease. But it is clear that formaldehyde and the other contents can be measured within aquatic environments. This study was done throughout Washington State and Idaho. They were found in multiple places. None of them exceeded and this already does occur, where EPA and Washington State have collaborated to have a threshold value. In this case, it was 10 ppm used to protect salmonids and so forth. So that kind of threshold has already been taken place. And in this particular case, which are mostly taken by hatcheries, not in urban areas, not in manufacturing areas to the most part, was not found, but not necessarily exceeding that particular threshold. The frustrating, to me, I shouldn't say frustrating, the lack of comparison of formaldehyde concentrations to the toxicity values produces a great deal of uncertainty when you come to talking about the conclusions that there is no risk. The environmental measurements have not been taken, and there are a number of other kinds of studies that could be done to examine the breadth of the toxicity ranges for a variety of species. Most of the ones we talked about have been fish, because that's where we could actually find in situ data. But of course, as we've talked about a great deal yesterday, is that there are measured outdoor concentrations of formaldehyde, which also can add to potential effects to other kinds, to the receptors we're interested in most of the report, humans, but there are many other kinds of receptors out there, terrestrial receptors, birds and so forth, cattle, that we've not really had the chance to investigate. So between the aquatic system, we know the formaldehyde's there. We have some data, but not extensive data on community structure and other responses of other species. And in the terrestrial format, we have very little information to really draw these conclusions, although we know that formaldehyde does exist in the atmosphere. Conclusions. Demonstrating no risk is a challenging task. You're trying to prove a negative. To meet this assumption, there's no probability of effect on an endpoint, is meaning that you really have a good idea of the entity, the thing you're trying to protect, and the attribute that you're trying to protect, whether it be being able to smell, eye irritation, lack of reproduction, and so forth. And both cases are numbers of uncertainties. And while these reports did talk about uncertainty, it certainly was not uncertainty in a quantitative sense. It is very qualitative. What is the definition of the endpoint that we're really trying to protect? I really enjoy y'all's discussion of all the different kinds of things, whether it's adverse or not. Now, all the different kinds of potential effects you can get for humans and mammals being used as a surrogate. There's not a similar consideration for all those different kinds of endpoints when it comes to critical, either to the ecological structure of the system or threatened endangered species or those of cultural value, of looking at what those endpoints should be upon exposure to formaldehyde and near the same detail that are looked at for humans. There's no reason to think that birds would be less sensitive to formaldehyde. And actually, if you think about their respiratory systems being flow-through systems, also their metabolisms, you would expect that in some cases, the uptake and perhaps some responses may be more sensitive to what we see. Methodology, most all the methodology here depend upon a deterministic approach. That has not been the state of the art in environmental risk assessment now for quite a while. Most risk assessments that I deal with when it comes to engineering or transportation or human health, and especially the ecological ones, now use probabilistic approaches. So you have confidence intervals for your exposure response curve. You have confidence intervals for your environmental measurements. You have those kinds of intervals, confidence intervals over time. So you can actually look at the dynamics. Also, in an area where the endpoint is not necessarily mortality or survivorship, but the ability of the population to continue, that you can use models and those kinds of confidence intervals to also add to the information and through which to address the uncertainties. So I would say as a committee, and I want to present this, that we ask that the risk assessment be revised to address the limitations. To, if possible, introduce some probabilistic discussion about the uncertainties, to look at the atmospheric exposures, and to deal with the measured versus calculated versus the kind of data we have for the formaldehyde and its degradation products within aquatic systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Landis. And the other discussant on this is Dr. Kelly. And do you have further comments, Dr. Kelly?
All my comments were included. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I will say, simply to maybe make it a little more emphatic, that we ask about monitoring data that were excluded from the report that were above the text. We don't have any answers from that, and failing those data, it is my perception that EPA must use the EFAST approach to predict concentrations and then use those concentrations in comparison to toxicity data. And that might require Dr. Landis or Dr. Kelly's thoughts as to how they perceive that statement.
So Dr. Cobb, I'm a strong proponent of doing that. And also, I'd like a better description of why those values that were above detection were not incorporated into the exposure analysis.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly?
I concur with you both on those.
Thank you. So with those comments, I turn it over to the committee. Are there comments from the committee about question 2.2? I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand up.
Predictably, thank you to you both for extremely eloquent comments. And I just quickly want to reinforce the importance of looking at a span of receptors in environmental concerns, and also to recognize the fact that there's a very large literature there that provides indicators, at the very least, some of the exposomics that are now becoming available across a variety of species that could provide the basis for AOP assessments and other kinds of information that would give the agency at least some early warning indicators of problems, especially when there potentially is an underestimated effect. The other piece of that comment is that, again, these chemicals don't always act just in one particular pathway, such as an irritant. They have other capacities for effect, and these effects can have non-lethal, more subtle, as Dr. Landis mentioned, effects on productivity, even lifespan, and other impacts, which we're seeing very clearly in the drastic drop in vertebrate species and wildlife species, especially in birds. And so the last piece of that is many of these species now come into human wildlife conflict arenas and have higher levels of stress and become dependent on foraging and resources provided by humans, which then often have contamination issues. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Cobb, may I make
sure
comment on Dr. Ottinger's?
Sure.
Thank you very much for that. Many of my colleagues now at UC Davis, many other schools now are taking advantage of adverse outcome pathways and the ability to look at the production of messenger RNA and also at proteins at very low concentrations to actually be able to look and see at the induction of an AOP pathway. and then to follow up and extrapolate what the long-term effects would be. That technology is a bit newer in my field compared to other people are more molecularly oriented, but it is now growing very rapidly so that we, with a very small amount of chemicals, can start seeing these pathways induced. That has the advantages of a couple of things. One, we don't have to wait for the entire lifespan of the organism to see reproduction. You can start predicting what those pathways are going to be very rapidly. And a lot of these are very difficult to see the symptomologies if you're doing a typical acute or chronic toxicity test. So these have huge potential, especially for these chemicals for which we don't expect to see a fish kill, but a more subtle initial symptomology. But in my world, if the organism doesn't reproduce, if they live but don't reproduce, they are essentially dead. And the modeling that many people have done with this demonstrate its survivorship to reproduction and how often you get to reproduce. That is actually the predictive kinds of measures you need to see what's going to happen to the population. So this is the kind of data that we are now starting to generate. Unfortunately, with so much of the data on something like formaldehyde, we're going to have acute and chronic tests. And that does not give you the full picture. Even with plants, are they going to survive to when they can flower or are reproduced by rooting? That's kind of information we don't generally generate from conventional toxicity tests. And yeah, what can I do to emphasize your point more? Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you. And those are all great points, especially about the reproduction. Let's try to keep our discussions to points that are going to help this report, if possible, and put some of the details in our written report without elaborating too greatly. Dr. Otten.
This is very quick. This is Marianne Ottinger. I want to just raise the specter of the endocrine disruptors. Many of the non-lethal effects actually operate through endocrine systems and neuroendocrine systems that are not going to be obvious in frank toxicity testing. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to the EPA to see if there are clarifying questions related to the response to the. I see Dr. Willett.
No. Sean. Yeah, Sean was going to cut me off. Anna Lowett, Senior Science Advisor. Thanks for that detailed conversation, and we'll be looking forward to seeing the comments in the report. We just want to remind the committee that we're not in a position to be doing extra studies for formaldehyde. Even if we got an extension from December, we're not really in a position, to do some new studies would add years to the assessment. If I channel Michal Friedhoff, who's our assistant administrator, she would prefer to move towards action and not be in a waiting game for more information. I guess I would also remind the panel about the report and its need to focus on formaldehyde and not make speculatory comments about different adverse outcomes for which we don't have that information and it appear to be speculative. I would put endocrine disruption and formaldehyde in that category. So just remember, we're not doing an academic exercise or a research activity. We have to do a risk assessment and we've got to do it quickly. So some of your comments about some of the comparisons and those things are very helpful. But some of the research requests are just not plausible.
So thank you for that. Go ahead, Wayne, Dr. Glenn.
So I have, maybe we haven't made it clear enough. Given the current information on fate and transport and on effects, that a conclusion that there is no risk is not supported by the information, given the uncertainties that are recognized in the evaluation. So we're not asking EPA to do, I'm not asking EPA to do any further research. I'm just giving you, given the uncertainties, I cannot, and the committee can discuss this, I cannot support the conclusion of no risk to each of the endpoints.
Thank you for that. This is George Cobb speaking. And to the point of additional data, I have said this time and time and time again, and I will continue to say this. If there are no data to inform an environmental release or an environmental exposure, EPA is within their purview to request those data from the entities that would be releasing those materials. And if you fail to do so, you must then model what would be happening and use upper centiles of exposure, failing monitoring data to support some other process. Are there other thoughts from the committee? If not, we can go back to the agency for, I think there were additional clarifications perhaps from Dr. Shiflett or Dr. Lowett.
Hi, this is Sean Shiflett. We have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to move to charge question 3 and do 3.1 and 3.2 before lunch, unless I have some strong objection from our DFOs that that's not feasible.
That's feasible. Yep.
All right, let's proceed to charge question 3.1, which deals with, what is that one? Inhalation for formaldehyde. Dr. Baker will be the discussant after the question is read in.
All right. To assess occupational inhalation exposures for formaldehyde, workplace inhalation monitoring data from governmental agencies such as the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, monitoring data found in published literature, and other monitoring data submitted to the agency were considered. As described in section 2.5.1 and Appendix E of the draft occupational exposure assessment, monitoring data from OSHA with sampling durations greater than 5.5 hours were used to estimate the 8-hour time-weighted average exposures. It was assumed that for any unsampled time, the exposure was 0. Please comment on the strengths and limitations of this approach and the underlying assumptions for estimating full shift exposure concentrations from the OSHA data. In your response, please consider the available monitoring data and if there are other potential sample durations, for example, 4 hours, that should be considered to understand threshold effects data and associated risk. Furthermore, discuss what information should be considered when assuming the concentration for any unsampled period.
Thank you. That was Dr. Hollenshed from EPA speaking. And now we turn it to our lead discussant, Dr. Baker.
Yes, Marissa Baker, lead discussant. So the committee acknowledged that it's a challenge to make assumptions about unsampled time and also to decide a minimum length of sample time that could be used to infer a full 8-hour shift exposure. But overall, the discussants for this question felt that the strengths and limitations of using partial period samples were clearly described in the document. Our committee recognizes that the chosen approach is in line with OSHA guidelines for including an interpreting partial shift air samples. However, we want to note that OSHA follows this approach for legal reasons and cannot issue a citation unless they follow this protocol. When using these data in a human health risk assessment, more health protective approaches can be explored. Without additional information, our committee notes that assuming no exposure during the unsampled period could result in an underestimate of the true full shift exposure. The committee appreciates that EPA undertook a sensitivity analysis to this effect in Appendix E, where EPA reports that including samples collected for a minimum of 5.5 hours and assuming zero exposure for any time less than 8 hours resulted in, on average, a 10% lower exposure than calculating a concentration using just the time sampled. The committee acknowledges that 10% is an acceptable underestimation to justify the chosen approach, but we also note that shifts longer than 8 hours are common among industrial workers, which could lead to even greater underestimation. Unfortunately, the OSHA data supplied to EPA contains no information on shift length, so there's not really a practical way to estimate the magnitude of this effect. In considering other potential sample durations, EPA could repeat the analysis in Appendix E, Table E2, using samples of other times, such those that are at least 4 hours. This analysis would inform a possible decision to include additional samples for shorter durations. This could in particular benefit the OESs for which there are few or no samples of at least 5.5 hours. If available, EPA could rely on OSHA inspector notes to consider how to interpret a sample that is not 8 hours in duration. For example, if an inspector indicated that they only took a partial sample due to pump failure or the worker prematurely removing the pump, but the worker was continuing to work in a similar task for the full shift, the partial period concentration could be counted as a full shift concentration with no zero exposure assumption needed. If the inspector indicated they only took a partial sample because the worker stopped doing the task for the rest of the shift, that would be a justifiable reason to count the rest of the 8-hour shift as zero exposure, as EPA has done. However, we recognize the data that OSHA supplied to EPA does not include the logs kept by the compliance, safety, and health officers. So EPA likely has no practical way to implement such a detailed analysis. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you. So let's go to the remainder of that charge group. And the first up is Dr. Wright.
I'm sorry, did you say Dr. Rice or?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
I'm sorry. Those comments fully reflect my submissions.
Great. Dr. Bricey.
Yes, I agree. This is a relatively straightforward request. And I think the comments presented reflect my understanding as well.
Thank you. To the rest of the committee, are there any comments on this particular charge question? I'd like to thank this group for having a good summary. I know that the further we get into the meeting, you've had more and more time to refine things, but I certainly do appreciate getting this through in a timely manner. I'll turn it back to the agency to see if there are any questions related to this comment, response to the charge question.
No clarifying questions.
Thank you. So now we can move to charge question 3.2, which deals with occupational monitoring data. And if someone from the agency can read the charge question into the record.
This is Winnie Hollenshed from the EPA. 3.2, as described in section 4.2.1 of the draft human health risk assessment, Occupational monitoring data was used as the best available data to estimate occupational exposures. Specifically, monitoring data with 15-minute samples were compared to the acute threshold inhalation hazard information. Please comment on the strengths and limitations of this approach and underlying assumptions for estimating acute risk to workers from inhaling formaldehyde. Please comment on the alignment of the health effect, i.e. sensory irritation, with the 15-minute samples intended to represent peak exposures. In your response, please consider the available monitoring data and if there are other potential sampling and averaging times that should be considered to understand threshold effects data and associated risks.
Thank you. And let's go to our lead discussant for 3.2, who is Mr. Wright.
First, let me say that this was revised in response to a point made by one of the participants less than an hour ago. So the copy I sent, the new copy to all of the discussants on this point, and it should say revision 2 at the top. That's not what Dr. Cobb has. You have revision 1, but I will get you revision 2 after we finish. Discussants agree that the use of sensory irritation is an appropriate way to assess acute non-cancer occupational risks for formaldehyde. However, the discussants were split on whether the hazard value of 0.5 ppm or 0.62 milligrams per cubic meter should be subject to a safety factor, or in this case, an uncertainty factor. One view is that since the data were derived from human volunteers, including hypersensitive adults, no uncertainty factor is needed. Another opinion notes that uncertainty and safety factors are not quite the same thing, although they are operationally equivalent. Uncertainty factors are estimates of uncertainty, while safety factors are policy decisions based in part on uncertainty, but also on other issues, such as the severity of the effect under consideration. This view maintains that uncertainty factors are useful. I just got a request to start my video. I will do so. Give me a second. Okay, this view maintains that uncertainty factors are useful in evaluating risk, since no study can ensure that the most sensitive individuals are enrolled as volunteers or included in the cohort. In parentheses, safety factors also provide a buffer against workplace variability, although this is more a matter of risk management than of risk assessment. Discussants believe that EPA relied on the best available monitoring data to estimate peak occupational exposures. It is common industrial hygiene practice to do this using 15-minute samples. Concentrations may be highly variable during a shift or between shifts, especially for maintenance workers or in job shops. Therefore, one limitation of this approach is that it depends on the ability of the person collecting the sample to identify the conditions and practices likely to produce the highest short-term exposures. For example, much of the data was collected by OSHA compliance, safety and health officers, COSHOs, who may or may not be familiar with the particular operations they are assessing. Since exposures exceeding the OSHA limits are penalized, managers have an incentive to steer the COSHO away from worst-case exposures, or even to shut down high-exposure operations while the COSHO is present. Nevertheless, workplaces OSHA visits may have higher exposures in general, since the inspection may have been triggered by a complaint or a belief by OSHA that overexposures were possible. It is unclear whether EPA used monitoring data other than data supplied by OSHA. If so, EPA should explain how it was used. If not, EPA should consider using it or explain its decision not to use it. Discussants agree with the hierarchy delineated by EPA in the draft occupational exposure assessment lines 8, 11, and 12, where monitoring data are prioritized relative to modeling approaches and OELs. There was general agreement with the use of the 50th percentile as a measure of central tendency. Exposure data are often arrayed in a log normal distribution where the median is equivalent to the geometric mean. It is noted that typical collected monitoring data does not necessarily align with typical expected exposure. In the case of OSHA data, for example, monitoring may be more likely to occur in response to a complaint or where the OSHA COSHO suspects a problem. As such, the 95th percentile data, or 99 to 99.9 percentile data, where the 95th percentile data is not available, is suitable for use as a high-end value. However, an OES with a small number of samples, e.g. leather tanning, may benefit from modeling as a comparison. The data that were excluded due to an inability to assign an OES, lines 1024 and 5, could have been assigned to an unknown OES for comparison to assigned OES data. However, if the numbers of those samples are small relative to the typical numbers of samples or skew to low concentrations, there is concern that high exposure unassigned data might lead to underestimates of risk. While discussants believe that EPA's 15-minute approach is appropriate, it should be noted that for some sensory irritants, the irritation may occur with even briefer exposures or may build up over longer periods than 15 minutes. For others, sensory fatigue or habituation may set in. Two examples are bakeries with baker's lung and metal pickling operations where a visitor can suffer significant irritation while the workforce experiences none. The key studies for the health effect irritation involve daily exposures of 3 to 5 hours. Some study designs included peaks interspersed among the otherwise continuous lower level exposure. It is valid to characterize acute risk of the OES by comparing 15-minute data representative of a worker's peak exposure with PODs derived from these 3 to 5 hour sensory irritation studies. The MOA for sensory irritation has been characterized, and both the measured effects and the self-reported effects are understood to be sustained with, at most, minimal diminution over the observation period. And there's a reference to an article by Browning. Should I read that, or can we just assume that that's?
I think just referencing that here in general, maybe what the high point is, and then proceed.
Yeah, that's fine. Thus, a POD based on these studies will not represent the nature or severity effects of from a 15-minute workplace exposure. In fact, monitoring data from full shift samples could be compared to the acute POD in some circumstances. For example, when workplace CODs reflect tasks not performed every day, the acute POD may be more relevant to worker health than the chronic concerns addressed by the OEV, and should be considered as an alternative. Pre-existing respiratory conditions, relatively common, and/or co-exposure to other respiratory irritants in the workplace could act synergistically in increasing the likelihood of serious irritation from formaldehyde. These aspects are not routinely considered during a typical IH monitoring, given that it is usually a single chemical assessment and would not be something that EPA could consider based on the occupational monitoring data they have. And EPA commented on this in lines 2038 to 2041. OSHA data are likely to represent higher end exposures and may not represent the full range of exposures in different occupational settings. Using the median from the OSHA data as a measure of central tendency might still be a health protective approach for all workers, but there is disagreement on this point. EPA also identified the high end of air concentrations, which would represent an even more health protective approach. For example, figure 4.1 is likely skewed high relative to all workers in a given occupation. This is a strength. Data were included going back to 1992, as Lavoie found in an analysis of OSHA formaldehyde sampling data, and there's a reference to that. Exposures to formaldehyde decreased over time. His database was 1979 through 2001, so EPA could consider restricting the data to the last 10 years. or investigating if there are changes over time to decide what the most appropriate time period to use would be. It is inferred that EPA only use those samples that are equal in time to 15 minutes. EPA could consider including samples less than 15 minutes and see how those exposures differ. It could be that a 5-minute exposure could be higher than a 15-minute exposure, or comparable, depending on the nature of the task. This could help to increase data for some of the tasks. However, OSHA rarely takes samples less than 15 minutes, so sufficient data, at least from OSHA, may not exist. EPA should consider reviewing the work of other governing bodies to refine their methodology. A board of experts from German committees in charge of the derivation of OELs discussed the major challenges of this particular endpoint for regulatory toxicology. The human LOAEC of 0.5 ppm and the no effect level of 0.3 ppm was derived, and there is a reference to that. Based on these and other considerations, EPA should address the following issues. 1, monitoring data based on 15-minute samples that have been extracted from larger data sets for full workdays should provide a realistic estimate of occupational exposure via inhalation. Uncertainties arise from the following. Is the 15-minute sample reflective of high and low levels due to variation of materials used in the manufacturing process during the workday? Is there a background level against which the samples are compared? If so, does this background constitute a control? Is there any residual exposure, albeit dermal or other exposure routes, that can be affecting individual exposure or sensitivity? If task-based monitoring data were used in lieu of 15-minute peak exposure data, which is discussed on page 45 of the draft human health risk assessment, what were the criteria for use? When were Monte Carlo or Latin hypercube sampling methods used to estimate, should be modeling methods, used to estimate inhalation exposures? Age and duration of exposure, along with frequency, are critical. Section 2.1.2 are significant changes in the exposure model associated with these variables. 2, is there any insight from comparison to the EU threshold of 300 parts per billion? 3, in July 2023, the EU finalized its formaldehyde risk evaluation, and in careful consideration of the data, implemented a permissible worker exposure level of 300 parts per billion. And there is a letter from the US Congress in the record on this issue. Target and non-target responses appear to be considered in the modeling, also pertinent to other CQs. Specifically, the monitoring data is linked to potential risk that individuals with occupational exposure at likely highest levels. Risk should also reflect non-target individuals also considered for potential risk, office workers and others with possible exposure. For example, see figures 2.1 and 2.2. Is there information about variable times during the workday that are likely to have multiple sources of exposure to workers due to the manufacturing processes? And subparts of number 5. A, presumably the data are not Gaussian in distribution. B, do the data produce an underestimate with incorporating 0 into the calculation? C, how much do job sites differ with the building work conditions, airflow, and type of manufacturing? And I want to just say, by way of, I guess, apology, that that you have certainly seen some redundancies in these points, and there are probably some things that that could be explained a little differently, but there was just not time to reconcile everybody's comments before presenting this. So hopefully some of that can be done when the final report is written. That's it.
Thank you. So now to our associate discussants. And we have Dr. Baker.
Nothing to add, and a thank you to Mr. Wright. I know you were working on that right up until the last second, so I appreciate the getting everything in there.
Yeah, there was a lot there. Thank you. Dr. Bricey.
Yes, again, thank you very much, Michael. I would just like to just kind of emphasize that if the EPA is going to use a measure of central tendency as a risk metric, I think they need to describe why they think that's protective enough, or why a more higher end distributional number might be more protective. In particular, that would be in response to maybe some of the public comments we got yesterday as well. So if that's the case, I think the burden on EPA is to describe why they think that that's protective enough. Thank you.
So thank you. That's a very good point, and I think that came up yesterday, as you rightly noted, from the public commenters as well as from some of the committee members about whether the central tendency or higher centile values were more appropriate.
Let me just say that I agree with that comment.
Please go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I agree.
Okay. Dr. Graham.
My comments were included in the comments read that were read.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Nothing to add, and thank you, Mr. Wright. You did an amazing job.
And Dr. Sweeney.
My comments were included, even though they were perhaps could have been more timely in the process. But thank you for indulging our desire to update the documents. Thank you.
All right, this is good. So we have gotten to my hopeful point in the day where we got through charge question 3.2 before lunch. And at this point, I think it's a good natural break point to ask the EPA for any clarifying questions. I've gotten out of whack again, though. We've got to go to the committee. Are there any comments from the committee relative to charge question 3.2? Any comments? Now we'll turn it over to EPA. Do you have any clarifying questions for us relative to the response to the charge?
This is Winnie Hollenstead from the EPA. I did have a clarifying comment. When you guys are referring to unassigned data, is that referring to data that was not assigned to a occupational exposure scenario? I think it was in Dr. Wright's comments.
I would prefer to leave that to whoever, whichever of the discussants had made that point originally.
That was me, Lisa Sweeney, and yes, it refers to some data that cannot be assigned to one of EPA's designated scenarios.
Thank you.
Yeah,
no further clarifying comments or questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hollenstead. So, and Dr. Sweeney and Mr. Wright, if you can kind of make sure that the text of the report addresses the question that EPA has, so it's clear to them what they're reading and what it's referring to, that'll be helpful for the EPA when they receive our written report.
We can do that.
Will do.
So thank you. And with that, I think we will break for lunch. We can come back for question 3.3 with Dr. Fox leading. I'll turn it back to our DFO, Ms. Gibson, for any closing comments for the morning.
And no closing comments. Everything is going great. So we can take an hour. Let's say 1:15.
Certainly, that would be great.
Right. Okay, so we can break from 1:15 for lunch.
All right.
See
Thank you,
soon.
folks.
Yep.
See you in an hour.
Thank you.
Mike, sorry to interrupt you. This is
That's all right.
Charlene Matton. If you could turn off your camera for the lunch
Ah.
break, thanks.
I am sorry. I'll turn off my microphone as well.
How are you? Oh no. Well, luckily you have Elliot on it. Yeah.
Hello. Marissa, are you on?
I'm on, yes.
This is Roger McClellan. I was going over your abbreviated statement at the top of page 2. You left out the sentence, for formaldehyde, there's ample evidence show that it is not a direct acting mutagen and that direct cytotoxicity is a rate limiting biological step. I strongly prefer that you keep that in.
You got it. Thanks for the feedback.
Good.
Thanks, Roger and
as a-
Marissa. Just to remind you, this is Charlene. You're being recorded, but
That's
for
fine.
everyone. Okay, just letting you know.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Charlene.
if I'm being direct recorded, I hope that there are some individuals from EPA's Office of Air and Radiation and the Office of Research and Development who are in attendance this afternoon. If they are, I hope they will document their presence. I think that's extraordinarily important. Thank you. Roger O. McClellan.
Welcome back. This is George Cobb, Chair of the EPA Science Advisory Committee for Chemicals. And we're starting our afternoon session here on our third day. Before we get started, I'd like to ask our designated federal officer, Dr. Tammy Gibson, if she has anything she'd like to say.
I do not. We can proceed with the roll call and continue with our charge question deliberations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Apte,
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Baker,
Here.
Dr. Chason,
Here.
Dr. Ike,
Here.
Dr. Fox,
Here.
Dr. Graham,
I am here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays,
Here.
Dr. Merced Nieves, Dr. Ottinger,
Here.
Dr. Presbilla, Dr. Rife,
Here.
Dr. Rubin,
Here.
Dr. Voorhees,
I'm here.
Mr. Wright,
I'm here.
Dr. Barakal,
Here.
okay. Dr. Brycey,
Here.
Dr. Henneman,
I'm here.
Dr. Caden,
I'm here.
Dr. Kelly,
I'm here.
Kim,
Here.
Dr. Landis,
Here.
Dr. McClellan,
Here.
Dr. Strickland,
Here.
Dr. Sweeney,
Here.
Dr. Wolf,
I'm here.
and Dr. Young.
Here.
Okay, we miss perhaps Dr. Merced Nieves. And that's it. Okay, so we can proceed, and we will be moving into charge question 3.3. And if the EPA can read that into the record. Thank you. Is there anyone there?
If the agency is
Sorry.
speaking, yes, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry for that. This is Whitney Hollenshed from EPA. Charge question 3.3. The draft human health risk assessment relies on the chronic inhalation hazard endpoints and PODs derived in the draft IRIS assessment on formaldehyde that has been peer-reviewed by NESM. The IRIS assessment considered a range of respiratory and non-respiratory health effects in humans, including reduced pulmonary function, increased asthma prevalence, decreased asthma control, allergy-related conditions, sensory irritation, male and female reproductive toxicity, and developmental effects. Section 4.2.1 of the draft Human Health Risk Assessment outlines the use of the chronic inhalation POD to assess risks to workers with occupational exposure to formaldehyde. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with WPT's application of the chronic non-cancer POD for quantifying formaldehyde risk for the exposure scenarios outlined for workers.
Thank you. And we'll go to our lead discussant, Dr. Fox.
Great, thanks. Hi, this is Mary Fox. So our comments are outlined in three big categories. So there's some strengths, uncertainties, concerns with the IRIS approach and assessment. We also have a comment about the Risk 21 framework tool, which has been presented previously. Our comments cover concerns about defining occupational non-users and workers considered in the assessment. The discussants elaborated on several areas of concern for the Krzyzanowski study Krzyzanowski et al. 1990 study. And of course, we'll provide references in further detail. I'm going to try to keep it to the highlights. So under strengths, as a general strength, the studies evaluated by IRIS for the chronic inhalation POD are mostly studies in humans, and the human populations included children and pregnant people, so potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. So the POD, based on pulmonary function response in children, a pest population, would be protective of adults and workers. Strengths of the approach to the exposure assessment: EPA calculates exposure without regard to respirators or other personal protective equipment or PPE. This is appropriate. PPE belongs under risk management and not risk assessment. Further, it is the least effective form of risk management, sometimes necessary as a last line of defense, but inferior to strategies higher on the hierarchy of controls, such as engineering changes and better work practices. We note that the collaboration across offices and programs at EPA is seen as a strength and efficient use of resources. We note some uncertainties relative to occupational exposures and workers. So the studies reviewed by IRIS for the non-cancer POD were not done in occupational settings. So the Krzyzanowski et al. 1990 residential study reported pulmonary function in children, function findings in children that were not also found in adults. Likewise, regarding allergy, the Anesi, Maisano, and Venn studies are of school children, including area samples, rather than personal samples to characterize exposure. Thus, these studies do not align to a PICO, so this is population exposure comparator outcome statement appropriate to the occupational exposure scenarios and risk characterization conducted with a toxicity reference value based on these studies would be unnecessarily conservative. A standalone occupational exposure limit that is not derived from a general population reference concentration would not be derived in studies in children, especially on an endpoint that was not also found in adults. And again, this is referencing the Krzyzanowski et al. 1990 study. Further, an occupational exposure limit that is lower than background levels in a normal home is not a suitable occupational exposure limit. The POD should be revisited. And here we have a comment that was covered in question 3.2 about an OEL derived by a German committee and a reference to Bruning et al. 2014. And sensory irritation was the basis for the occupational exposure limit there. EPA should review the derivation of other countries' occupational exposure limits and recalculate the OEL, occupational exposure limit. EPA should explain why they deviated from their previous practices in other TSCA assessments and introduced an inhalation rate adjustment for workers versus the general population. And now we have some comments about the workers covered and how we define occupational non-users. There's a lack of adequate consideration of occupational non-users, so ONUs. EPA makes a false distinction between workers and ONUs and then calculates only risks to workers. ONUs are expected to have exposures that are equal or less than workers. Workplaces where toxic chemicals are present are characterized by a wide range of exposures, and individual exposures may fluctuate greatly over time. A janitor, for example, may have zero exposure while cleaning offices, followed by a very high exposure while cleaning equipment or dealing with spills. Another example is maintenance, where an employee could have low or no exposure days, followed by high exposures while repairing equipment used in a process or that uses formaldehyde. Other manufacturing sites have quality control labs. Employers tend to classify lab employees as office and technical employees. As such, they may be lumped into the ONU category, even though they open process equipment, take samples, analyze them, sometimes under hooding, sometimes not. Time-weighted average exposures may be lower for ONUs on average. This is less likely to be true of a 15-minute peak exposure. EPA's process description and list of worker activities in Section 4 of the draft occupational exposure assessment for formaldehyde are excellent, but ONUs are described in general terms. For example, it is not clear whether janitors, maintenance employees, or lab workers would be classified as workers or ONUs. So there's uncertainty about how chronic exposure is defined. Workers whose formaldehyde tasks are infrequent or variable may be better served by risk characterizations where the 8-hour time-weighted average are compared to the acute POD. There's uncertainties and gaps in occupational settings evaluated. It is unfortunate that EPA could not calculate peak exposures for many activities in the oil and gas industry. Exposure in oil and gas industry settings tends to occur in short bursts during maintenance and repair, or when a chemical mixture, such as a fracking fluid, is introduced into the system. Exposures in hair and nail salons are not included in the occupational exposure scenarios. These jobs are often done by women and women from racial or ethnically minoritized populations that have systematically been left out of OSHA protections. We recognize that use in hair and nail care products has been deemed a non-TSCA use, but it seems then that use in a salon by a worker interacting with members of the public should be considered a TSCA use, even if its manufacture or distribution is not considered a TSCA use. And so now we have comments directed at the IRIS assessment and its approach. The criticism of the Krasnowski et al. Study and that it should have been rated as low confidence. I think that was covered under question 1.2. There's also a critique provided for the Hanrahan et al. Study. That was Hanrahan et al. 1984. Questions were submitted related to the IRIS evaluation of non-cancer effects. Under pulmonary function, considering the acute irritating effects of formaldehyde, would it be likely for these long-term exposures over many hours, days, weeks, and months to actually occur? Respiratory tract pathology. Squamous metaplasia is a response to persistent and repeated direct irritant effects as an adaptive and protective response to a chemical exposure that cause direct cytotoxicity to the respiratory epithelium. Under what exposure circumstances would this occur with formaldehyde in humans? It would seem the irritating effects of formaldehyde exposure would prevent the long-term repeated exposure of sufficient inhaled concentrations to result in squamous metaplasia. Reproductive and developmental effects. Since it is unlikely for oral or inhaled formaldehyde to get past the site of exposure, what exposure scenario would result in formaldehyde arriving to the reproductive tract or fetus? The Till and Tope studies resulted in no histologic alterations in the reproductive or endocrine tissues. The studies that do identify some testicular effects have been caused by frank toxicity to the whole animal and not site-specific toxicity to the organ. Neurological effects. What would these exposure circumstances be, and how would formaldehyde arrive into the central nervous system via inhalation, dermal, or oral exposure? Also, the co-exposure with methanol, which is a known neurotoxicant, is considered is a consistent confounder. And then there's a comment related to a unified dose response assessment approach. Could there be a unified approach for the chronic and cancer risk assessments based on using the NOEL or NOAEL POD for irritancy effect via the relevant route of exposure? For example, respiratory cytotoxicity, without which no downstream effects would occur, including cancer, and forestomach damage, without which no downstream effects would occur. And then lastly, the comment about the Risk 21 framework has already been introduced. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you for that summary. And now we can go to the associate discussants, and Dr. Baker is up first.
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Thank you. Dr. Graham.
My comments were included. Thank you.
Dr. Caden.
My comments were included. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McClellan.
I have no further comments.
Thank you. Dr. Sweeney.
My comments were included.
Dr. Wolf.
Very thorough. Thank you. No further comments.
Dr. Wright.
My substantive comments were all included in what I submitted to the group. I had one concern, which was that I thought that a discussion of the IRIS document was off the table from the way it was described by EPA and by the fact that EPA asked in this question and others for us to comment on its application, but not on the quality of the document itself. Co-host asked me to start my video, which I am doing. My apologies.
So I think we can deal with that in the revision.
Yes. I certainly agree. I just want to make the point that I probably would have had a few things to say about the IRIS document had I known that that was possible.
Do the things that were mentioned today, are they sufficient for you to get your points through?
Probably, but I'd have to go back and kind of review the notes I made on the IRIS document.
What we can revisit what's happening today when we reconvene tomorrow. So if you think that there's something that needs to be re-added, we can do that then.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right. Thank you for that good summary and the discussants. Now for the rest of the committee, are there comments from the rest of the committee? Seeing none, EPA, do you have clarifying questions for the committee?
Just, no, thank you for that. Very clear response. Just one request in the same vein as what we requested this morning, that the responses to question 1.2 and 3.3 are harmonized, that were, I think we heard a consistent recommendation there, but we just want to make sure there's an explicit linkage between 1.2 and 3.3. And this will come up again as we move through the other pathways, that there are some strong recommendations in 1.2 that have a domino effect for a lot of the other questions. We want to make sure that the recommendations we're getting from the SACC are consistent.
Okay, great. That's a good clarification, and we'll endeavor to do that. And now we can move to charge question 3.4. If someone from EPA can read that into the record.
This is Whitney Hollenshed from EPA. Charge question 3.4. The draft human health hazard assessment relies on the cancer IUR derived in the draft IRIS assessment on formaldehyde that has been peer reviewed by NASEM. Section 4.2.1 of the draft human health risk assessment outlines the use of the cancer IUR to assess risk to workers with occupational exposure to formaldehyde. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with OPPT's application of the cancer IUR for quantifying formaldehyde risk for the exposure scenarios outlined for workers.
Thank you. So our discussant, our lead discussant is Dr. Baker.
Yes, this is Marissa Baker. So to start, and to EPA's previous point, the committee's response to this question will also include information, sources, and critiques that it can apply to questions 4.5, 5.7, and 6.6. So which pertain to the use of the cancer IUR in different populations. So we will be asking EPA to consider that the points from this response could also apply to subsequent charge questions. Also to start, a reviewer noted that unreasonable risk determinations in occupational settings are largely based on non-cancer effects. So that was reflected in question 3.3. To start, a committee member commends EPA's work to develop and establish for the first time the IUR that is applied to quantify the cancer risk in workers occupationally exposed to formaldehyde, as this approach would allow risk assessors to explore and pioneer the possibility of applying human data from EPI studies directly to evaluate human health risk, which is a major strength of OPPT's cancer IUR application. The primary concern with the IUR raised by committee members was around the mode of action for formaldehyde-induced carcinogenesis. The IUR should be based on an evaluation of all the data and informed by an understanding of the underpinnings of the process. For carcinogenicity, the fundamental aspect of a malignant neoplasm is that all tumors have a collection of genetic mutations and have cellular proliferation occurring. A reference from Wolf et al. Will be shared to support this point. The rate-limiting step in the process must be determined and described, which is an important step for describing mode of action analysis. Additional articles from Bubis and Meek will be provided to EPA to support this point. Of important note, there is no evidence of multiple modes of action leading to the same adverse outcome in the same individual and the same tissue. And Dr. Wolf has a PowerPoint slide to this point, which I will ask him to walk us through at the conclusion of my statement. Committee members do not agree with the conclusion that formaldehyde respiratory tract tumors have both a mutagenic mode of action and a cytotoxicity regenerative proliferation mode of action. Committee members feel this is an incorrect application of mode of action analysis and an incorrect interpretation of all available data. For formaldehyde, there is ample evidence to show that it is not a direct acting mutagen and that direct cytotoxicity is the rate-limiting biological step. While formaldehyde has been shown to be a mutagen in vitro studies, the evidence in animals and humans are less convincing, and the mutations observed in the few studies showing effects are likely the result of in vitro expansion of the cell populations. A committee member provided a reference by Albertini and Caden to support this point. Formaldehyde is used as a preservative for biological tissues precisely because it reacts with and cross-links biological macromolecules. It is also a highly reactive compound that is rapidly detoxified when inhaled. If it acted as a direct mutagen, then there would be a different tumor response in a number of the animal chronic studies. One committee member highlights two studies for EPA to consider, which we've heard referenced before, Till et al. And Tobe et al., which support this point. An additional committee member highlighted two additional studies for EPA, Swenberg et al. 2011 and Swinberg et al. 2013, which demonstrate that inhaled formaldehyde only reacts with cellular macromolecules such as DNA at very high concentrations, like 2 ppm. But these concentrations do cause considerable cytotoxicity. A committee member raised that Monticello et al. 1996 cancer research paper provides additional support for the importance of not only sufficient cell proliferation, but also for there to be a sufficient population at risk to result in an increased tumor response. A bigger population at risk will result in more cells proliferating, increasing the risk of spontaneous mutations to occur. This was reviewed in Wolf et al. Committee members indicate that the evidence supports the well-established complicated mode of action that increased direct toxicity in a large enough population of cells will lead to increased proliferation and will increase the likelihood of spontaneous mutations. Because formaldehyde also cross-links macromolecules, then those cells that can survive but are damaged by the cross-linking could have an enhanced loss of DNA repair capabilities. An article by Hester et al. Will be shared with EPA to support this point. At least one committee member was confused by the comparison of hyperplasia and squamous metaplasia in the IRIS 2022 document. They commented that it is established that the respiratory tissue will respond to persistent medium to long-term exposure to a direct irritant with squamous metaplasia, which protects the surface being exposed by creating a skin-like surface epithelium. The committee member noted that the argument was presented that in some of these studies, no hyperplasia was diagnosed in those tissues. This would not be the case since squamous metaplasia is a hyperplastic response and can be an early stage leading to a neoplastic response in the affected tissue. A reference by Wolf et al. 1995 will be provided to support this point. For non-respiratory tract tumors, a committee member said that it is inappropriate to lump tumor responses of unrelated cells of origin. While it might be useful to talk about cells of the blood-forming organs together, this is only useful in a clinical setting and not in toxicologic pathology. Committee members also raised some comments on myeloid leukemia. Two references were raised to support the conclusion, or I'm sorry, to support the position that just because there is a potential association between formaldehyde and myeloid leukemia does not mean there is an that this is causation. This is detailed in Vincent et al. 2024 and Cox et al. 2024. A committee member noted that the overall confidence in the preferred IUR estimate is only medium and not high, and the IUR for nasopharyngeal cancer is more robust and stronger than the estimate for myeloid leukemia. The lack of confidence in both dose response data and IUR estimates for myeloid leukemia remains a major source of uncertainty, and there is insufficient data and data gaps. We heard some of this for 3.3, so I will be very brief, but it also applies to 3.4. At least two reviewers felt that EPA makes an inappropriate distinction between workers and occupational non-users, as we heard. Also, as was raised for 3.3, reviewers felt a strength of the assessment is that EPA calculates exposure without regard to respirators or other personal protective equipment, which is appropriate. Those were the key kind of high-level points that I wanted to raise. I know other members will have others to raise, and in particular, Dr. Wolf had a PowerPoint slide to share that I think he has sent to Tamu and Ala.
Great, thank you for that summary. And Dr. Baker, do you think it's best to show Dr. Wolf's slide now, or as I get to him in the line of, he's at the end, that's why I asked.
Oh, sure. I mean, if we could just go to him, that's kind of what we had planned on. That would be great.
That's great. So let's do that. If we can go to the slide that Dr. Wolf offered, then we can get that on the record.
George, one moment. Charlene Matten here. He's just loading it now, so hold on for 3-4 seconds.
Yep, thanks.
Dr. Wolf, can you maybe intro what's coming up?
Yeah, so it's around this concept of mode of action. I think it's beneficial for the panel as well as the public to kind of refresh our minds of what we mean by mode of action. And there's frequently discussions around multiple modes of action leading to the same adverse outcome, which doesn't actually exist, that doesn't actually happen. And I'll explain that here. So this is just to refresh everyone's, so adverse outcome pathway, mode of action analysis. For human safety, it's the same thing. And so you can use, they're used interchangeably. And to understand the biological processes from exposure to the chemical leading to the collection of changes in the biology, ultimately at the cellular, then tissue, and then individual response, in this case for human safety and risk, to lead to a specific adverse outcome. So if you go to the next slide. So this concept of multiple modes of action, You can have, so different chemicals may produce the same lesion through different modes of action. You can get to liver tumors through different modes of action. Could be direct mutagenicity to the liver. It could be binding to a nuclear receptor and you get a liver tumor. It could be persistent cytotoxicity, regenerative proliferation, series of steps to a liver tumor. The tumor itself always looks the same histologically, but these could be different modes of action. A chemical can produce different modes of action leading to different tumor responses. The classic is unleaded gasoline, where in the mouse liver, it's a receptor-mediated event. And in the male rat kidney, it's through alpha-2 euglobulin accumulation and cytotoxicity. So those would be different modes of action. But if you go to the last slide, what you don't have is chemical A through multiple different pathways leading to an adverse effect. So you don't have formaldehyde through different modes of action leading to squamous cell carcinoma in the nose. That's not what happens. These could be complicated collections of biological responses, which what you have with formaldehyde. There's a lot of stuff that's going on, but the rate limiting step is you have to have sufficient persistent long-term toxicity in the target cell population. At the same time, you're accumulating mutations, which is a fundamental feature of cancer anyway. And the DNA protein crosslinks, or all the different crosslinks that happen, enhance the cytotoxicity. Some of those may enhance mutagenicity, but it's not a separate mode of action. It's part of the mode of action that leads to this adverse outcome. So it gets to be very confusing when people talk about multiple modes of action. What they're really talking about is multiple different biological processes that need to be quantified and organized in order to come up with the adverse outcome pathway leading to that adverse consequence. And I think that it's very important that that gets clarified both in the document, because they do mention multiple modes of action, which is, it's not an accurate term for a specific adverse outcome pathway. So thank you.
Okay, and so now we can go to the remainder of the discussants before we go to the full committee. So Dr. Graham.
My comments were included. Thank you.
Dr. Caden.
Comments included. Thank you.
Dr. McClellan.
Yes. The only comment I would add is it's very important in the case of formaldehyde to understand how the molecule is deposited in the respiratory tract. And let me emphasize the upper respiratory tract because of its high reactivity. You may recall yesterday, Dr. Dalton, who is an expert in terms of issues of odor and nasal sensitivity, called attention to how her work had been modified after she had the input that came from the development of the biologically based models. She did not make a specific reference, but I'm quite confident that she was referring to the work of Kimball et al., which was research conducted at the Chemical Industry Institute of Toxicology beginning in the mid-1990s. So other than that, I fully agree with the comments that Dr. Baker offered and the amplification by Dr. Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Make sure I've got the Dr. Wolf, did you have additional comments or was that your comment?
I probably said enough today.
Okay. Dr. Wright? Oh, Mr. Wright, excuse me. Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I'm here. Hang on a second. Yeah, my comments were also incorporated. Thank you.
And Dr. Young. I see that you're there. All right, Dr. Young, are you? Excuse me, Jung, are you there?
Sorry, I was talking without unmute. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would like to thank Dr. Baker. Did a really good job to include everybody comments, including the ones that I submitted really late. So that's included. But also here, I think my submitted comments all included in Dr. Baker's report. And also I'd like to thank Dr. Wolf to make us clear about what's current modes of action. But I do have a couple comments about the, our team response. First, I think I have a question for Dr. Wolf about the modes of action, since, the 3 slides you showed is very, it's clear. But I think to other scientists for example, we publish the mechanism of benzene-induced leukemia, with this multiple different pathways. And it's not always linear, like what, modes of action was described. So that figure was also, copied into the recent Cox et al. 2024 paper. So I think there is also some limitations, applying the modes of action as a linear, key evidence to leading from exposure to the health outcomes. So I think that's also the reason why during the recent, maybe last decades, the key characteristics of carcinogens was, developed, is trying to limit this, linear each, pathways leading from exposure to the outcomes. So this is one comment I like to make. And the second comment also, I think, I just want to put this on the record. Some of our team reports was saying there is no evidence of formaldehyde-induced, let's say, sorry, I needed to get that. I think the file was in front of me. Now it's not anymore. Just a second. Let me get our team.
Dr. Zhang, can you make your main point?
Yeah, so the main point the main point I said, I want to make it clear that I really think EPA scientists really, I admire them to have the courage and the hard work to develop this IOI to apply human data into this formaldehyde risk assessment, because which is, traditionally always using animal bioassay data to do this risk assessment. So this is actually, for me, it's the first time I see applying human epidemiological data, in this risk assessment. So I think this is a big strength to apply. This is what I want to say. But I can understand everything if it's new, if it's the first time to develop or first time to apply, there's a lot of resistance, or maybe we don't have enough very high quality data in hands to support this new approach. But I still thinking, EPA tried their best to do this, and I actually sort of supported their courage to do so. Yeah, so that's all I want to say. But about the other comments, I think it would be better for our team, have a discussion about the difference and understanding of current scientific evidence. So I think the one point I didn't remember what it says, no evidence and no in the same individual or same tissue. I think that may not be completely correct, because let's say we do know formaldehyde exposure can induce DNA protein cross-links, could induce cytogenetic damage, such as for micronucleotides and chromosome aberration in exposed humans.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
Yeah. And also induce hematological toxicity in exposed workers. So this is one point I want to put. Second, I also think there is a misunderstanding of the research results we published with, study with NCI and UC Berkeley and our China CDC team. The study we have been done in the exposed workers on hematopoietic stem progenitor cell toxicity.
Right.
In the myeloid pathways. So I think that's a statement I would like to put my suggested edits into our group. I just want to put this, there.
So all of that can be incorporated in the written comments. And one thing to note is, while it is good for us to find consensus as many places as we can to help guide the agency, the EPA, in their final assessment, this document does not have to be consensus, and so there can be minority opinions offered and majority opinions offered for any aspect of the charge question. So that's something I want to make sure that your perspectives will not be lost.
Thank you.
So now I'll turn it over to, well, I see Dr. Wolf has his hand up and he's one of the discussants. So let's go to you first.
Yeah, so it's Doug Wolf. I just want to provide a little bit further clarification, because Dr. Zhang did make an important point. Doing mode of action analysis can be a complex scientific activity. I don't want to give the impression that everything is linear, because each key event typically has its own magnitude of response and a relationship to other key events. And if you go to the OECD Wiki, the public database on modes of action, adverse outcome pathway, you will see that this is a much more complicated interactome of biological responses that have to act together. The important thing for formaldehyde, even with DNA protein crosslinks, which are an indication of sufficient exposure to cause cytotoxicity as well, is that sufficient cytotoxicity is necessary for the initiating activities that lead to all the other downstream effects. So I think that's an important component. Not that the other things don't occur and there's a dose response to all those things, but that what is the critical event that has to occur or that you can prevent in the case of the toxics program, and there's sufficient margin of exposure that prevents that initiating event, can protect human health. And that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you. So now we can go to the other discussants. I see Dr. Apty has his hand raised.
Yeah, hi. I think Dr. Wolf kind of brought that point back, which I wanted to comment on, and this could be a bit of an academic discussion, so please bear with me. I think the the way we look at mode of action has been evolving, but as he acknowledged that not everything is linear. Multiple modes of actions can be cross-linked with each other. We find this in our work all the time, where same chemical might be inducing what we call multiple modes of action. There might be cytotoxicity at one point, there might be a receptor-mediated action at one point. What leads to tumorigenesis or the final outcome can be a mixture of both. And I think we should acknowledge that as we get into era of single cell genomics, single cell proteomics, and I don't know what's the next thing. We find more and more information, and this, the framework of mode of action is evolving with it. So while we would like everything to be simplified and easier to understand, the more data we get, more complicated stuff comes out. And so we find this all the time, where chemicals that are we thought were only doing one mode of action might be actually having multiple. And as Dr. Wolf rightly said, that there might be the relative contribution of these modes of action is what matters, I guess, in that. And so I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So are there other comments from the committee? If not, we can go to the agency for any clarifying questions on the response to charge 3.4.
George, I've had my hand up earlier and apparently you didn't see it. Roger McClellan.
I didn't see it. Go ahead, please, Dr. McClellan.
What I'd like to emphasize is, one, I will strongly agree with the utility of mode of action in understanding the potential adverse effects of chemicals. What I want to emphasize is that it's important to put that within a larger schema, which includes the relationship between exposure and dose. In the case of formaldehyde, because it is so highly reactive, as was emphasized yesterday, I think by Dr. Dalton, the dose is delivered to the tissues most proximate in the nasal cavity. Okay, so we need to examine the mode of action in terms of the formation of cancers there. That situation is quite different from one where we may be discussing later the occurrence of cancers in the hematopoietic tissue, where the dose from inhaled formaldehyde is extraordinarily limited because of its reactivity and it's being taken out in the proximal part of the nasal cavity. I just want to emphasize it again because I'm finding the comments that were just offered by Dr. Zhang a little bit confusing. And she's emphasizing the importance of the human data. I agree with that, but you have to put that in the bigger picture of the understanding we have developed of the kinetics of the inhaled formaldehyde. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I think that information can be all captured in the written comments, whether there are points to one side of that or the other. Dr. Young, do you have a
Yes.
different point?
Yes, I
Because
just want to
I
quickly
don't want
respond.
to debate this topic here because that can be captured in the written comments. But if you have a clarifying comment, please.
Yeah, just a quick, I thank Dr. Michael Clennon, the comments. And I think that is a really important point about the formaldehyde. I think formaldehyde has two very important and unique points. One is what Dr. McClellan just, it's a very reactive chemical. Number two, formaldehyde can also generate endogenously. So that's make it very, very complex to study the modes of action, or we would say any mechanistic, outcomes. But I think, although I don't think the data now is complete, but I think we are in that, downstream to trying to get there, right? So, for example, I think I'm going to, for example, it is, let's say, now human epi studies already see the association of formaldehyde exposure and the myeloid leukemia. So what is the mode of action? What is a possible mechanism? Number one, we see reduced hematological toxicity, increased hematological toxicity. We also see increased, cytogenetics in exposed works, not only in the circulating blood cells, but also in the hematological stem and progenitor cells. So that I say, so in our team comments, that's what I didn't put it. I want to put this in the record, is saying that the in vitro, is occurred in vitro culturing. That's not correct. If you understand what is colony assay, it's every colony we examined is generated from the single progenitor, circulating progenitor cells. So this is some misunderstanding in the recent literature, but I just wanted to put that point is here. So I do understand, and I agree with Dr. McLean. It is complicated, but it doesn't mean we do not have any evidence to support the modes of action in formaldehyde-induced cancers, including nasopharyngeal cancer and the myeloid leukemia. That's what I want to.
So thank you for that comment. So again, we don't need to have long debate about differences of opinion. If you simply say that you don't agree, and there's several examples for why, that's fine. And those are good things to get on the record, but we don't need chapter and verse explanations of those things. Dr. Caden.
So I'm not going to debate. Sorry, my switching off. I'm not going to debate. I absolutely agree with you that we need to get this all in the report, but there's multiple working groups with charge questions that deal with this issue. And I'm just wondering what the mechanism is, because otherwise our group seems to have the strongest say for all the other charge questions, since we're the first one that's dealing with cancer. So I'm just looking to the chair or to EPA for guidance for how we can have this discussion offline in subgroups, in order to get all the information together, reflecting both the majority opinion and the minority opinion. Because I think that there's a lot that we can.
So that can be done within your subgroup as you're crafting that document. whatever communications you need to have within your subgroup is fine.
But the question is, if there's 3 or 4 different subgroups that are dealing with the same exact issue, is there some way of getting all of us together? Some of us are on multiple subgroups, but not all.
It's best if that's done across leads, but that would be the way I would suggest that happen. I see Ms. Gibson wants to offer some comment.
And this is correct. We can do this across leads. Dr. Caden, we can further talk offline, or I can send a note, but Dr. Cobb's response was sufficient. Okay.
Dr. McClellan. Okay. If there are no further comments.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, well, I couldn't tell if your hand was up or down.
Yes. I understand the kind of the formality of the process, but I think restricting that discussion to the lead discussants results in some of us who have a strong interest and in this subject are excluded because we're not lead discussants.
I think you misunderstood me. I said that within a team, for instance, within this charge question, you folks are certainly welcome to have communications about how to craft this response. And then if there are cross-cutting topics, then those are best handled by the leads where the cross-cutting occurs. So you're a discussant on multiple of these cross-cutting topics anyway. So that
but I am not a lead discussant. And what I thought I heard Ms. Gibson say is that the discussions in terms of cross-cutting had to be between the lead discussions. I don't think that's an appropriate approach. I think it's science. It excludes, as I look at it, some of the scientists who I know from their prior work and publications are extremely knowledgeable of these issues. Can we not have small subgroups of people that are interested in the cross-cutting issue, discuss the cross-cutting issue? That's the end of my comment.
Thank you. And as discussed during our several interactions, I will follow up with via email from our previous discussion on cross-cutting discussion issues. I will send an email to bolster or verify what we've discussed previously. So give me a moment so that I can email you all. We would prefer to have this not during the meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Gibson, and for keeping us within the rules of FACA. So back now we go to the agency for any clarifying questions about our response to the charge. And I think I see Dr. Lowett.
I don't know if I'm going to help this or hurt this process, but so Anna Lowett, Science Advisor. First, thanks for all of that. It's certainly a debate that's gone on for a really long time, and so it's important, as Dr. Cobb, you noted, that we distinguish the majority versus the minority, or the extent to which most people think or one person thinks. But I'll trust that all those things are going to happen with the report. And to the extent that we're harmonizing the responses to 4.4, 5.6, and No, sorry, 4.5, 5.7, and 6.6. I think that's what Dr. McClellan was just referring to, that, you know, that you all are giving consistent feedback, and that those are also harmonized with the feedback we got in some of the other questions, because they're really starting to interlink amongst each other. And I think most of you understand that. So in line with that interconnectivity of some of the questions, we got what we felt like was pretty clear recommendations from the panel on 1.2. We actually heard some strong language about using one set of information instead of another set of information. But what I didn't hear from the response to this question, I think we heard some strengths and uncertainties as a question request for around the IUR, but I didn't hear a bottom line in the way that we got the bottom line with 1.2. So is the panel recommending that we do a mode of action analysis? Is the panel recommending we do something else? I haven't heard a clear what are we to do, except, you know, some discussions of the strengths, a lot of discussion of mode of action, but not a recommendation of to do. If that makes sense.
If I may, this is George Cobb. Let me turn this to Dr. Baker to perhaps shed some light on that. I think I know what the answer is, but I don't want to speak for her.
Appreciate it. And I don't want to speak for this is Marissa Baker speaking. I don't want to speak for my whole group either, because as they know, I am an industrial hygienist and I'm interested in workers, but know less about the cancer mechanism. So I'm using my skills to compile this information on their behalf that they are sharing. What was kind of the clearest thing that came out from at least the written comments I received before having to report out was that they were concerned with the mode of action. And so whether that is a mode of action analysis or using a different mode of action in the analysis, that I feel like is the recommendation that, at least before this discussion, there was most of the discussion was around. I do defer to others on the committee if I misrepresented that.
So is it fair to say that not everyone agreed on the specific approach or way to go?
The comment that at the time of me delivering this, based on all the comments I had received, everyone was in support of that statement. Some of the discussion we have heard now, which I am sure I will receive written comments to summarize, does seem like there's some deviation. There's a minority deviation.
Yeah, now I understand what you're saying. You're saying based on the written comments you had received, but now based on the in-panel conversation, there's some slight disagreement. Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
I see Dr. Wolf has his hand up.
So as Doug Wolf, in response to Dr. Lowett's comment on having to step back and do a mode of action analysis, I think there's a good example of at least organizing information in a useful way around with formaldehyde that was done for dimethyl arsenic acid, where the data are pretty strong similarly for DMA as well as for formaldehyde. And I think you could use that similar approach. Shouldn't take a lot of time. It's not new science. It's just organizing the information in such a way where you have that dose response, the time course. You may be familiar with that particular assessment. And I think that approach was excellent and might be something that you might consider illustrating to your colleagues there in OPPT as a way forward to take this very complicated set of information and organize it in such a way that you can explain it, and then set up all the different key events related to each other, as Dr. Zhang mentioned.
So thank you for that. And if that's, I hope that's been captured, and then maybe relay through your charge team to make sure that folks understand that and see who concurs and who has some disagreement with that. But that sounds like a viable approach. Dr. Young.
Quick recommendation besides the MOA approach, I also think the EPA could also consider the key characteristics of carcinogens as another way to organize all the mechanistic evidence, the data, for this as well. As I think, if I remember correctly, NTP has already, trying. I believe maybe some branch in EPA too apply the key characteristics approach for carcinogenesis as well.
Yes, so please make sure Dr. Baker has those comments and that you work within your team to come up with a couple of solutions. Maybe alternative pathways could be suggested for approaches to handle this. That's George Cobb speaking, I'm sorry. Dr. Lowett, does that answer your question, and do you have others?
I think it answers my question, yes. Just for clarity around those two recommendations, the EPA follows the EPA cancer guidelines that includes an entire chapter on how to do a mode of action analysis, as Dr. Wolf referred to the DMA analysis that I myself did a long time ago. But certainly a good framework to start with the organizational tool. That the key characteristics won't necessarily help with the dose response piece. So just making that note to remember that we're not looking at hazard. I don't think the question of whether or not there's a cancer hazard is the issue here. It's one of dose response and how to, whether a linear extrapolation to an IUR or some sort of nonlinear or threshold approach is appropriate in what context. That's what I think we're hearing.
Thank you. Understood. All right. With I think with that, we're done with charge question 3 and all of its sub questions. Before we actually move into charge question 4, I'd like to put in that I'm hoping we get through several portions of charge question 5 today. So if you can please keep your comments concise but thorough, that will be helpful so that we can get through enough of this today that we have a chance to get finished tomorrow. So now we can go to the EPA to read into the record charge question 4.1.
Can you all hear me?
Barely.
Hi, this is Giovanni Meralis speaking. Can you all hear me?
We can now.
Okay. I will be reading in the charge questions 4.1 through 4.5. Please comment on the use of the frequency and duration along with the amount, for example, mass and weight fraction of formaldehyde used to parameterize the standard scenarios in the Consumer Exposure Model, or CEM, version 3.0, in the draft Consumer Exposure Assessment. In your response, please comment on the extent to which the standard scenarios represent the current uses of formaldehyde-based consumer products.
Thank you. And we have 3 discussants for this. The lead is Dr. Chase.
Hello, this is Dr. Chris Chasen. First of all, can I ask EPA, I had sent 2 slides. Do you have those ready?
I hope they're working on those. I don't hear a response.
Camu, do you know if they
We are
have those?
confirming.
Yes, they have the.
Oh, okay.
We are
Thank you.
They're working on it
Just
now.
one
Yes.
moment.
Okay,
Just
great. Thanks. I'll get started.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will be reading a summarized version of our written response. For each of the issues mentioned here, we're providing additional detail, examples, references, and/or commentary. There was a general agreement among all committee reviewers for these comments. First of all, regarding the values, the actual numbers used for parameters of exposure in the CEM model for standard scenarios. The committee response is that the individual values, numbers used throughout these parameters were not examined in detail by the subcommittee. We just didn't have the time. However, the sources of information and assumptions seemed reasonable, though this is an intuitive review comment, missing the advantage of opportunity to do independent research for other information sources or consider the appropriate statistics to be applied to those sources. It would be helpful if EPA compared their value selections with similar values utilized in reviews by other regulatory authorities. This could be an important element of confidence building. Also, EPA's use of these values, for example, choices of high end or central tendency, et cetera, without showing the statistical distribution of possible values from some parameters is a key issue, which appears here and throughout the documents. This will be addressed further in later CQ discussions on this and modeling approaches. These statistical and modeling issues and choices of single values for deterministic calculations are significant and confound the ability of the committee to opine on whether the calculated exposures are overstated or understated. Next was the commentary about those EPA's question about standard scenarios. The committee response is this subcommittee and several other contributors from the general SACC have expressed the opinion that the standard scenarios in the EPA report represent only a fraction of the exposure opportunities described by the TSCA rule. TSCA says, conditions of use are the circumstances under which a chemical substance is intended, known, or reasonably foreseen to be manufactured, processed, distributed in commerce, used, or disposed of. These circumstances are defined by EPA by their standard scenarios, but do not include the entirety of TSCA's intent: manufacturing, processing, distribution in commerce, use, and disposal. Of particular concern is the absence of exposure and risk assessments for processing, distribution in commerce, and use scenarios. To include these, EPA should consider each as summarized below. Processing. After formaldehyde-based materials are manufactured, they are distributed to other industries that construct complex products which go into commerce. Those industries have workers who will become exposed by working with the original products. And then we give several kinds of examples, which includes exposure by not just inhalation, but also dust created through the process of making them into usable products, buildings, and furnishings. Distribution in commerce. Distribution in today's commerce, and certainly for the foreseeable future, involves movement, storage, and retrieval of the newly fashioned products through massive warehouses. The efficiency of today's commerce assures that newly minted products will pass through a series of warehouses within days, headed to the customers or to showrooms and retail centers. Exposure opportunities for those workers exist throughout this distribution chain. We have also included references and examples. These products move through a commerce in great part by trucks. Emissions from carbon-burning vehicles are significant. Apparently, TSCA does not apply directly to vehicle emissions. However, this significant exposure due to higher concentration levels around roadways does play into TSCA's consideration in the context of determination of pest communities and perhaps fence line communities. These highway routes cut directly through densely populated urban areas where buildings may be close and where pedestrians and commercial and recreational land use is directly below the highways. These city areas are typically already challenged with high concentrations of P2.5s and mixed-use land with industries coexisting with residences. This will be discussed with the ambient air review. The case can be made that these are pest communities. Let's talk about uses. Use of the formaldehyde-based products and the complex products with formaldehyde-based components is not limited to residences or consumers using the products in their homes. Use of the term residence connotes an incomplete, minimalist view of probable exposure venues. EPA should consider indoor environment, not just residence, together with the broader use scenarios in those other indoor environments. Additional detail, examples, and commentary on this topic is provided in our response. The monitoring studies cited by EPA in the ambient air monitoring and the residential exposure documents catalog formaldehyde concentrations in air of commercial buildings, offices, schools, etc. The logic presented by EPA that residents were exposed to represent the most significant exposure to people fails on two important points. First, dismissal of obvious venues containing formaldehyde products should be the subject of quantitative exposure assessment. And if those answers are indeed de minimis, they can be dismissed, but not by intuitive reasoning. This is further concerning as people spend significant amounts of time in non-residence venues. Second, the EPA logic can be countered by other intuitive assumptions that schools or offices, libraries, public buildings of all kind may have been constructed or remodeled recently and contain vast areas of surfaces that are relevant here. Use of the formaldehyde composites by other businesses is an important part of the assessment. Those include, but are not limited to, auto body repair, maintenance shops, small contractors working in construction, furniture making and transportation, sales, showroom workers, and other small warehouse workers. Even this list may be incomplete. If I could have PowerPoint number 2. Okay. Of special concern are small industries and businesses existing in densely populated, mixed-use urban areas where the businesses must vent their interiors. Just a moment. You can see in this, I'm sorry, this is a very typical scenario in the middle and lower socioeconomic mixed-use designs of urban communities in many cities across the United States, where you have very substantial use of these products within businesses that are literally adjacent to residences. And in this, I took these pictures just walking down streets.
I think you might be on the wrong slide.
Oh yeah, you are on the wrong slide. I apologize. Can you go to, yeah, there's just one other, this one. Thank you. Where there are mixed use, you can see right here, there's a preschool, certainly not 100 meters away. This is probably 30 feet from the emission, which is right there on top of the roof. This is the common way that these industries must vent their properties according to the standards that are used there. I'm sorry. So, and we have supplied many additional examples of this kind of thing. Note also that in the occupational exposure assessment done for workers and occupational non-users, the exposure scenarios do not seem to reflect people who work in the interior business space. Workers and ONU activities are described. This was discussed in more detail. I just saw in question 3.3. Now, if you could go to the other PowerPoint. Vehicle interiors can be considered a unique enclosed environment, which can contain a significant opportunity for both short-term exposures from peak air conditions, as well as long-term repeated exposures. The reference publication by Wang et al., April 2023, reports levels of formaldehyde and other volatile organics off-gassed from the components of relatively new cars. Formaldehyde levels were sensitive to interior temperatures and were dominant volatile, and they were the dominant volatile among the chemicals analyzed. The study carefully documents the formaldehyde air concentrations under conditions very relevant to likely exposures to many Americans. Short-term, high levels when first entering warm vehicles for acute exposure values, and continued off-gassing over potential hours of car time per day. That for chronic exposure. Over 15 million new cars were sold in the US during 2023. Such exposures could be repeated multiple times per day, every day. The study predicts exposure via inhalation and dermal exposure. Another study monitored formaldehyde accumulation in the air of vehicles and makes the case that vehicle interiors are also unique enclosed venues where people of all ages and vulnerabilities will enter repeatedly after formaldehyde has accrued for several hours or days. Both acute and long-term exposure values can be derived from these studies for both inhalation and dermal routes. We have also added other details that include thin film model, estimating potential for formaldehyde, etc. Thank you very much. That concludes this.
Oh, thank you for that thorough presentation. Dr. Bricey.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon, brother. Pat Bricey. And I just want to emphasize one important thing that has been nagging with me for a while. And I think the scenarios do not adequately capture children's exposure in a couple of important ways. So number one, kids spend a lot of time on school buses. I didn't see any mention of school buses. I think the same issues with normal vehicles and school buses probably apply. I know in the case of my own kids, sometimes depending on where you live on the school bus route and what grade you're in, you can easily spend more than 2 hours a day on a school bus if you're a kid. I disagree with the comment EPA made earlier that schools were perhaps not as important as residences because the exchange rates are much higher. I've been in many inner city schools, and older schools do not have adequate air exchange rates, oftentimes probably much less than in a home environment. And these schools are usually in inner city environments that represent kind of disadvantaged populations as well. So I would like to see the EPA to kind of further justify the exclusion of schools for while they're looking at that. And lastly, in the spirit of conducting what I'll call just-in-time peer review, this morning it struck me that tire crumb rubber I didn't see mentioned in the document. I looked up, the EPA has a web page that documents that formaldehyde can be released from tire crumb rubber. And I'd worry about opportunities for exposure to kids on playgrounds, if that's the case, and on ball fields where they use tire crumb as on artificial surfaces as well. So I think EPA should consider tire crumb rubber exposures as well. And if you did and I missed it, I apologize, but there's a lot in there and I don't remember seeing it. So I'll just leave that as it is, and the focus on children, I think, is something that a better focus on children needs to be justified.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. And the other discussant is Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim, do you have anything to add to what has been said?
Yes, I would like to make a minor comments on the draft consumer thermal exposure assessment. I agree with the standard scenario modeled in the draft consumer exposure assessment that the thermal assessment is only relevant to consumer users using the liquid products. But however, the use of thin film model in estimating the potential formaldehyde thermal loading following the use of a relevant liquid product does not necessarily reflect the chemistry of formaldehyde. the majority, in fact, 99.96% of anhydrous formaldehyde in liquid consumer product is converted to methylene glycol at ambient environments. And methylene glycol may have different biological and toxicological profiles compared to those of anhydrous formaldehyde. Therefore, when you consider the consumer exposure assessment by thermal route, the aqueous solution equilibrium for formaldehyde and water needs to be considered for liquid consumer products. And I find that this chemistry of formaldehyde in aqueous solution has been already incorporated or captured in environmental risk exposure assessment, but not in human risk assessment, exposure assessment. And also the thermal absorption of permeability information of formaldehyde is not included in the CEM modeling parameters or the CEM Excel information sheet. This may lead to the overestimation of consumer thermal exposure. In fact, there are multiple and reliable thermal absorption studies of formaldehyde conducted with the experimental animal systems. And this is summarized in the toxicological profile for formaldehyde by the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. That's my minor comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is the summary of all of the discussants, and now we'll go to the full committee. And I see Mr. Wright
George,
has his hand up.
George, before you go to Mr. Wright, could I just make one comment as the lead?
Sure. This is Dr. Chasen.
This is
speaking.
Dr. Chris Chasen. The comments from both Dr. Brycey and Dr. Kim were in parts of the written document, but we'll put that in, particularly Dr. Kim's statements a little more thoroughly. However, I wanted to point out that these additional, the joint, I think there was joint consensus that we're suggesting a major addition of different kinds of exposure opportunities. However, that we are not convinced that will definitely lead to increased exposure scenarios estimates overall because of the kinds of things that Dr. Kim has brought up. In fact, we don't know whether there are estimates. We can't tell. We can't assume that these exposure assessments are going to go up or down. However, we can, I think, emphasize that the populations to be considered, right now they're invisible, and children and challenged communities and these others should have a place in this conversation, very definitely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Wright.
Yes, I just wanted to support what Dr. Brycey said about exchange rates, that is air exchange rates in schools. Back during COVID, I had occasion to review a lot of data about exchange rates in schools as part of, looking at how protected students were, and some of them were really quite abysmal, in the neighborhood of 2 to 3. So I think EPA's assumption that somehow schools are better ventilated than homes is perhaps incorrect.
Thank you for that comment. Dr. Baker.
Yeah, this actually builds off of what Dr. Brycey and Mr. Wright said as well, but I just wanted, because I also did a lot of this work during COVID, and what I also want to bring up is that we see this also in newer schools, because a lot of newer schools are built to be very airtight to those LEED certified standards. So they also can have extremely poor, sometimes even worse, exchange rates than, the older, leakier schools. But in general, across the board, yes, schools do not have great exchange rates, whether they are old or new.
Thank you. So are there further comments from the committee? If not, we'll go back to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions regarding these responses.
Hi, this is Giovanni Morales. Can you please give us a few minutes?
And we can circle back and just go to charge question 4.2, and you can discuss as we're doing that perhaps. We don't have to do these question by question. We can do them in groups. So if you read in 4.2, we'll come back to your questions after we do 4.2.
Yeah, hi, this is Rochelle Bohati with EPA. I just want to make sure that we're clear that we have two different sets of charge questions, one on the consumer and then one on the indoor air assessment. And I want to make sure that in the consumer assessment, this is charge 4, that we're getting feedback on the consumer assessment, and we're separating that from the indoor assessment unless there is a intentful link between the two.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, I will be reading charge question 4.2. Please comment on additional information relevant to formaldehyde and not considered in the draft consumer exposure assessment that may support evaluation of current consumer activities and use patterns. In your comments, please describe the strengths and uncertainties associated with these identified sources.
Thank you. So we can go to our discussants, and the lead is Dr. Ottinger.
Thank you. All right, first I'm going to start with some general comments. As described in the draft consumer exposure assessment, there are many potential sources of exposure to formaldehyde in its products occurring as a gas component of a solid or liquid product and as a residue associated with manufacturing process. Because of the variation in exposure sources, patterns of usage, nature of exposure, it's most expedient to categorize the types of potential exposure in order to assess the risk to the average consumer, while acknowledging that these are best estimates. So in terms of consumer activities and use pattern evaluation, considerations and uncertainties, first point, there's a large literature, much of it's dated, measuring formaldehyde in indoor air. These publications consider indoor air content at a time of variable measurement methods and possibly less consistent methodologies. Questions under that would be, can these data be used to validate the range of concentrations produced by the CEM model? Do the sources of potentially useful information, this is from Dr. Brycey, are there areas where we can actually think of large amount of indoor air data that would be collected in response to Consumer Product Safety Commission investigations? And what's mentioned is the lumber liquidator use of flooring from China. Specifically, flooring from China was installed in over 600,000 homes over a 4-year period. Limitation of these data are that they are not representative of typical use conditions, but these data might provide an additional source of flooring exposure information. Second, is it possible to normalize data from the older literature, taking into consideration the sensitivity and measurement methods and their limitations used at that time to derive indoor air concentrations of formaldehyde over past decades? This could provide some insights into possible mitigation of formaldehyde concentrations in the indoor air environment and information on current status of the source of exposure. It would be important to distinguish types of structures and also if there's use of other formaldehyde producing entities such as wood stoves and other sources that may not be in as frequent use now as they would have been historically. Also, is there merit in considering an integrated model that brings together these possible sources of indoor formaldehyde exposure to show the changes in consumer usage of products, wood stoves, and other sources of formaldehyde over time. And this is in the spirit of understanding what the consumer is exposed to. Third point, formaldehyde, the gas, is highly reactive and volatile. Therefore, the amount of formaldehyde loaded into a finished consumer product is not likely to remain the same during the shelf life, including transport and shipment of products. However, the current CEM inputs used for consumer product and scenario-specific parameters do not reflect the loss of loaded formaldehyde in consumer products during the transportation and/or shelf life of the consumer products. Fourth point, it's important to consider the types and forms of formaldehyde used in consumer products. For example, if a formaldehyde donor, a chemical compound that slowly releases formaldehyde during the product shelf life, is used as a biocide or preservative, the consumer exposure level from use of a given product is likely to be dictated by the formaldehyde release rate of the formaldehyde donor, rather than the calculated amount or loaded amount of total formaldehyde. In addition, the use of the CEM modeling significantly overestimates the exposure level of consumer products. From the public presentation yesterday, day 2, May 21st, Dr. Kim, have find that several consumer product manufacturers and associations have already generated or gathered the analytical data that describe the level of formaldehyde being released depending on the age of consumer products manufactured. These types of data, in my judgment, can be used to minimize and reduce the data gap or the uncertainty in consumer exposure assessment. In addition, the retention factor should be applied in CEM inputs. And this would be defined as the mean average concentration of free formaldehyde, parens, anhydrous during the shelf life of a given consumer product obtained from instrumental analysis of the product. In doing so, one recommendation to the agency would be to review the quantitative analysis methods for formaldehyde and provide guidance on the recommended analysis method. Many known analytical methods, meaning post-column derivation with HPLC and the analytical reagents such as acetyl acetone derivations, enzymatic dehydrogenase assays used for determination of free formaldehyde are destructive to formaldehyde molecules, resulting in potentially inaccurate or inconsistent results. Fifth point, where individual use may be intermittent for certain products, some other sources of exposure may be more consistent. This should be considered when generating an exposome-like estimate, meaning for individuals. For example, textiles use formaldehyde as part of the finishing process. And as a comment, we understand that there may be intermittent exposure. So while the potential for exposure may be intermittent and also diminish over time due to the chemical additives to the cloth, some might be persistent. An example, which is not relevant here, but is well known, would be flame retardants in children's clothing. So there could be a potential risk. Are there estimates of concentrations of formaldehyde remaining in cloth and where the chemical is contained, meaning surface finishes or cross-linked chemically into the material, or as a transient residue that would be washed out? In addition, there is often an assumption of negligible levels of exposure that is appropriate, given that it's not possible to delve into all the complexities of potential low-level exposure. However, there was discussion during the public comment period of possible low-dose effects, which may become more important in future assessments as more sensitive indicators of short and long-term effects on individual health emerge. There is a possibility of analyses with using nested approaches such as MIRA, and I provide the reference here, Stahl and Cimarelli, that could be useful in integrating the multiple factors influencing levels of exposure associated with potential adverse outcomes. Additionally, this approach allows the weighting of these potential influencing factors. Next, the thin film model used to estimate dermal exposures provides some insight into potential adverse effects. Questions that emerge are there data on the allergies or other adverse non-lethal effects associated with longer-term contact with skin from products containing formaldehyde? Similarly, are there data on exposure scenarios that could yield chronic effects, such as early exposure of infants to plastics and toys, which recognizably are outside the scope of this particular review? Another question is, how reliable are the estimates of for users of arts, crafts, and hobby materials? Has the industry altered the formaldehyde content in these items? Appendix D has captured many of these aspects. Another point is the lack of public information about the uses of formaldehyde, which leads to misinformation and potentially consumer overreactions in some cases. Conversely, the potential for exposure to consumers is also not generally clear and should be accompanied by appropriate labeling, which of course occurs with many products, but it would provide optimal use while protecting the user. The use of formaldehyde as an antimicrobial is generally not understood by the public. Again, as we know, this is outside the scope of this particular review, but it does present an interesting scenario in terms of a reduced probability of spread to the environment through disposal, as well as the use to minimize the use of antibiotics. So there are advantages there. Again, just pointing that out. Physiological indicators could provide early warning signs for adverse effects. And that would include indicators for AOP applications and potentially the use of exposomics as early indicators. Although secondary formation of formaldehyde is not encompassed in this review, use of physiological measures could provide an indicator of exposures with possible confounding findings due to additive unmeasured exposure. Contributions from wood stoves and other combustion sources should be considered, and exposomics could be applied to ecosystem inhabitants, specifically wildlife, to assess ambient levels of formaldehyde in the environment. There are a number of specific comments by Dr. Cobb that cover an array of issues, including the transportation issue that's already been discussed in some of our discussions, and also the large networks of air monitoring data that should be consulted to provide additional insights. The use of figure 1.1 in several documents is helpful, and using the NAICS categories to assign condition of use is a good approach. There should be a section that includes transportation and tobacco manufacturing, as noted earlier, and the uses in commerce that should be regulated in total should be aligned or should be harmonized throughout the document. Let's see. Modeling both production timeframes is a good aspect of the approach, but can newer NEI data be added to the table in Appendix D3? There are some comments about specific statements that I won't go through in detail. And in the chemical fate document, it does not, figure 3.1 does not include hydrocarbon or other atmospheric organic compounds that are photochemically converted to formaldehyde. Finally, in the human health risk assessment document, the models presented, and these are lines 90 to 94, need to consider all formaldehyde sources and then consider which, if any, should be reduced or eliminated to protect human and environmental health. Finally, the releases of formaldehyde and precursors need to be considered, as do mobile sources. And with that, I will stop.
Thank you for that summary, and we can go now to the associates, and Dr. Brycey is first.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when I was at HSDR, we worked with Consumer Product Safety Commission to evaluate formaldehyde exposures from the lumber liquidator flooring that came from China that didn't meet California emission standards. And I recall that they took, there was many, perhaps thousands of air samples in homes that might be informative. And I don't know if the Consumer Product Safety Commission can make those data available to you or not, but if so, it might be something to consider. I just wanted to clarify that that's what I was referring to.
Thank you.
Point. Thank you. Dr. Kim.
Yes, Dr. Orting has already very well covered my comment. I don't have a further comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you to that team. Let's see, let's go to the full committee for any additional comments. Dr. Chasen.
Yes, in response to EPA's question or request a little bit earlier, just for the record, our team via me will contact Dr. Ottinger and make sure that our two piles, if you will, of comments are appropriately distributed and are consistent and et cetera. So we'll try to make that, we'll try to be responsive to EPA's needs but staying within the rules of SACC, George. So we'll copy you on all of that. Dr. Cobb, just if we get out of line, you can tell us. Thank you.
We'll be all good, and I appreciate your willingness to coordinate that way. Other comments from the committee? If not, we can go to the EPA for any clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Giovanni Merlis, and we have no further clarifying questions.
Okay, thank you. So, and if we can read in 4.3 to the record, and while that's getting done, I'd like to say we're going to probably take a short break, 10 or 15-minute break after we go through 4.3, just for everyone's planning purposes. So thank you. And Dr. Morales, please go ahead.
The draft Human Health Hazard Assessment describes uncertainties regarding chronic cancer consumer exposure estimates associated with assumptions on duration of use, exposures over a long period, for example, lifetime exposures from photo processing solutions, given that consumer habits and products may change over time. Uncertainty in such exposure estimates, for example, to liquid processing solutions or arts and craft materials, contributes to uncertainty in cancer risk estimates for those consumer conditions of use. Please comment on information or approaches the agency may want to consider that will increase confidence in long-term exposure estimates and corresponding cancer risk estimates, where appropriate, for consumer products.
Thank you. And for our discussants, we have 5, I believe it is, no, 6, and Dr. Chasen is the lead for this.
Thank you. This is Dr. Chasen. Once again, we're going to be reading into the record a summarized version of our written responses. And we're providing additional detail, including references. First of all, responding to EPA's request to speak about increasing confidence in their exposure estimates and cancer risk estimates, committee felt that the EPA focuses our attention onto the values assigned to the factors applied to the deterministic algorithms utilized in the exposure assessments for long-term exposure associated with specific COUs and exposures. In real life, these types of factors do indeed describe underlying mechanics of exposure scenarios for people in various environments at different stages of life and across different environmental and socioeconomic circumstances. And of course, as time changes, those typical environments change, activities change, products change, concepts easily understood by the public. The fact that change with time presents a conundrum for every long-term exposure and risk assessment that has or will be considered by EPA is just a fact. The EPA anxieties about this are called uncertainties, which seem to have undermined EPA's confidence in such calculations. Confidence in such an assessment cannot be guaranteed, but EPA's real task is to use the best available science and best available information for their assessments. Information and approaches which could improve confidence in their assessments and bring those assessments into compliance with contemporary expectation of best available science are presented below in our recommendations. For each of these, I'll just give the sort of capture without the details in our written response. Include the broad scope of exposure opportunities, including all required by the TSCA mandate. See the discussion in 4.1 and 4.2 and 3.3, et cetera. Such and complete aggregated assessments that satisfy the public's real question. One, what am I exposed to? And provides credible information to the TSCA risk managers and leadership for regulatory decision-making. Assure pests and fence line scenarios are identified and addressed. Provide a scope document before the assessment is actually begun and circulate that document widely. Scenarios suggesting pests and or fence lines should be noted with requests for information and suggestions on such situations. Collaborate with a wider community group, states, and other stakeholders. It appears that EPA's efforts on this have improved significantly over the past few years. We encourage further efforts and commend EPA for the attention they have shown to this issue to date. Compare conclusions reached in EPA assessments like hazard, exposure, and risk with decisions reached by other regulatory authorities and scientific organizations globally. Include consideration of the underlying information, including how the data were applied in the assessment models. For significant differences, provide a thorough and coherent technical explanation of why there are these differences. Statistical issues. Parameters being utilized in any part of the algorithms and or the model's assumption should be presented with the full distribution of values for those parameters, with key statistical metrics. This issue and related statistical topics will be discussed more extensively by our comments later. Modeling issues. EPA continues to use deterministic models with simplistic approaches. While we commend the current TSCA scientists for fashioning these spreadsheet modules, EPA's leadership must provide these scientists with competent, probabilistic, flexible modeling tools capable of aggregate exposure assessments appropriate to lifetime physiological factors and multiple exposure opportunities. EPA must provide other statistical software and standards for dealing with data examination, including determination of variation versus multimodal distributions or unique data subsets. This is likely to reduce the claim of uncertainty noted many times by EPA in the formaldehyde assessments. These tools are contemporary standards for EPA's best science ambitions. Together with good statistical understanding of the studies, probabilistic tools will enable EPA to use this wealth of information to full potential. This is not a research endeavor. This issue and related statistical topics will be discussed more extensively. Utilize the probability of occurrence of an exposure scenario for different populations, for different life stages, socioeconomics, etc. Consider potential health impacts of long-term dermal exposures, especially to vulnerable populations via clothing and other everyday exposures. See the vehicle discussion. Additional recommendations to EPA on related general issues of public confidence are included in the written report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that thorough summary. And now we'll go to the, this is George Kopp speaking, go to the associates. And first up is Dr. Bryson.
I have nothing additional to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Caden. Dr. Caden. I see you on the, there you are.
I'm sorry, I did not contribute to this, so.
Oh, okay. Dr. Kim.
Yes, my comments on this CQ charging question 4.3 are similar to those made in charge question 4.2, but I would like to emphasize that for charge question 4.3 for consumer exposure consideration, the number one, we need to consider that formaldehyde is very volatile materials, and then also because of that reason, we need to consider the loss of formaldehyde in consumer product during its shelf life should be considered to improve the quality of consumer exposure assessment, in particular for long-term consumer use pattern considerations. And also, we might need to consider the chemistry of formaldehyde types and forms, particularly many formaldehyde used in current consumer products are not necessarily formaldehydes by themselves. They are actually not formaldehydes, but they are designed to slowly release formaldehyde during their shelf life. So when you actually assess consumer exposure assessment, it is not the total amount that's added to the products, but you have to really consider the chemistry of the formaldehyde types being used, because it's slowly releasing formaldehyde during the shelf life. That's what I like to add in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have Dr. Landis.
I wholeheartedly concur, especially with the issues with statistics and the modeling using probabilistic methods. And the other item I would like to put out is that I've noticed it now through the day and yesterday. We use effect and we use risk often as synonyms. They're not. Risk implies a probability in my world. There's a probabilistic statement, whereas effect is something observed. And those are two things that are can be easily confused. The last thing, I know this sounds like terminology, but I find it to be important. Uncertainty is also used to mean many different things in our discussions, as in we don't have enough experiments, or that our models do not describe the system well. So that's epistemic uncertainty. Also, as I'm finding, there's lots of what we call linguistic uncertainty. It's very hard to communicate these ideas, these scientific ideas and so forth, which also can lead to a misunderstanding of the output that we have generated. So those are my only notes, and I really appreciate the emphasis today on the probabilistic modeling and getting away from purely deterministic methods. I just want to, that's why I gave the thumbs up. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Nothing to add, and thank you to Dr. Chasen and the other reviewer.
So we have gotten to 4.3. We have two more aspects of this charge question to get through today, and hopefully maybe some of 5 today. So Ms. Gibson and I have discussed taking a break now. So I think we'll do that. I'll turn it over to Ms. Gibson to see if there are closing remarks before we take our break. And would that be a 10 or a 15-minute break?
15 minutes, please.
Okay.
To 3:30?
Yes.
No other remarks. Oh, one other remark if there are any presentations for later today or tomorrow, just let me know in advance, and that would be very helpful. So that way we can coordinate with the contractors. Thank you.
And I'll also say I'll get to the agency, the EPA after the break to see if they're clarifying questions.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back. Thank you, everyone, for returning to our meeting. As promised, we would circle back to the agency to see if there are clarifying comments related to charge question 4.3.
Hi, this is Giovanni Marilis, and we have no clarifying questions for charge question 4.3.
So can we now read in charge question 4.4?
Okay. Again, this is Giovanni Marilis. I'll be reading in charge question 4.4. The draft human health hazard assessment relies on the chronic inhalation hazard endpoints and PODs derived in the draft IRIS assessment on formaldehyde that have been peer-reviewed by NASEM. Section 4.2.2 of the draft human health risk assessment outlines the use of the chronic inhalation POD to assess risks to people with exposure to formaldehyde through the use of consumer products. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with OPPT's application of the chronic non-cancer POD for quantifying formaldehyde risks within the exposure scenarios outlined from use of consumer products.
Thank you. Now we can go to our discussants. There are several, and Dr. Fox is the lead discussant. I'll turn the floor over to her for the summary.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Mary Fox. So aspects of our comments on 4.4 have already been covered in 3.3. So there were some strengths and some questions about the IRIS approach and assessment. But for sake of time, I'll just read in what is new and unique for 4.4. And there's some uncertainties we would like to note relative to using the POD to characterize risk of consumer products. First, there is limited information about formaldehyde sources in the Krzyzanowski et al. 1990 study and the related Queckenboss et al. 1989 studies. We do know that there were smokers in some of those homes and that there were older and newer homes sampled in those studies. Concerns were raised about, again, the PICO, which is population exposure comparator and outcome relevance for adult risk characterization and POD determinations for many of the key studies, apart from consideration for their PICO relevance, as all of the studies seem to be potentially relevant to risk characterization for children and youth. The same POD and benchmark margin of exposure for adult consumers could potentially differ from the POD and benchmark margin of exposure used for children and youth. Additional uncertainty is introduced by the relative lack of clarity of how products are actually used by consumers and which conditions of use are better characterized via peak exposure, those for which chronic inhalation is relevant. In addition, some of the conditions of use, for example, hobby materials, may be used more than once, but person's engagement with different consumer activities, for example, having new furniture, redecorating or remodeling, excuse me, may be quite a bit more variable as compared to occupational tenure. So having a similar job for a decade. And that's it.
Thank you. This is George Cobb. You were not kidding when you said much of your comments were in the previous charge question response. So thank you for that. And let's go to the associates and let's begin with Dr. Caden. Dr. Caden, are you there? Okay, let's move to Dr. Kim.
Yes, I do not have any comments other than those covered by Dr. Fox.
Thank you. Dr.
Thank you.
Landis? Okay, we can come back. Dr. McClellan?
I have nothing to add at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Sweeney?
My comments were fully incorporated.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf?
Here I am causing a little trouble again. So I just want to reiterate that a lot of the comments go across a lot of the charge questions, but I did want to emphasize two things that didn't get brought up last time when we addressed this non-cancer chronic. And I was just wondering if the EPA considered, they did benchmark dose modeling on a lot of this, but did they consider benchmark dose modeling for the oral portion of these risks? If you look at pages 31 of 58 and 32 of 58 in the hazard assessment, they did a nice job of laying out the doses across multiple studies. And I'm just wondering, would there have been any advantage to do BMD for that aspect of the risk assessment? And the other thing I want to, a lot of studies were eliminated because they weren't great, but they still hopefully are be considered in the context of, again, the non-cancer effects, particularly developmental toxicity. There was a hamster teratogenicity study that was negative. Now, it wasn't a great study, but the gestation weeks of 8 to 15 still provide an opportunity to look for some organ systems. And if that was negative, realizing that hamsters' gestation is 20 to 22 days, so it still gets a good period of exposure. And so there are data, and I know it's hard to prove the negative, but there are data to show that some of these effects don't occur with formaldehyde.
All right. Thank you. And going back to discussants that did not respond, Dr. Caden, I see that you're there now.
Yes, I got my microphone working. I agree with the comments and those that were earlier presented in question 3.3.
Thank you. Dr. Landis?
I concur with the report.
Thank you. That was very succinct. Thank you all for that work and that report. Back to the other committee members. Are there other comments from the committee members? Charge question 4.4. If not, we will go back to the EPA. Dr. Morales?
Thank you all for your comments. We have no clarifying questions.
Then we may proceed to question 4.5.
Okay. Again, this is Giovanni Morales. I'll be reading in charge question 4.5. The draft human health hazard assessment relies on the cancer IUR derived in the draft iris assessment on formaldehyde that has been peer-reviewed by NASEM. Section 4.2.2 of the draft human health risk assessment outlines the use of the cancer IUR to assess risks to people with exposure to formaldehyde through use of consumer products. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with OPPT's application of the cancer IUR for evaluation of formaldehyde risks within the exposure scenarios outlined from use of consumer products.
All right, thank you. So we can go to our discussants. And we have 4 of them, and our lead is Dr. Kim.
Thank you. This is a collective opinion of Dr. Caden and Dr. McClellan and Dr. Wolf and myself. In our opinion, the cancer IUR from the draft 2022 IRIS assessment, which is primarily based on the linear and no threshold model without consideration of mode of action information is not judged to be supported by a science-based and systematic and all-inclusive approach for use in cancer risk assessment. For chemicals with evidence of a threshold for carcinogenic effect, a protective point of a departure can be selected. In case of formaldehyde, the tumor formation is linked to two biological mechanisms of action which develop joint action from a specific concentration upwards. First, a cytotoxic effect which triggers reactive cell proliferation, and second, a genotoxic effect which dysregulates cell proliferation. And the comprehensive analysis mode of action for formaldehyde is provided by Dr. Ulf, and I believe he can further provide explanation of the mode of action when he adds his comments later. And also consistent with our opinion on the presence of threshold for the carcinogenic effects, formaldehyde has been shown to induce non-linear concentration-related increases in nasal epithelial cell proliferation and squamous cell carcinomas in rats. While the biological action mechanisms for tumor formation by formaldehyde provide strong evidence that there is a threshold for the carcinogenic effect for formaldehyde, the following additional biological activities further support the presence of a threshold for the carcinogenic effects for formaldehyde. First, the abundance of endogenous formaldehyde in biological systems, and second, the rapid metabolic detoxification to less hazardous chemicals. And this is combined with the efficient DNA intra-strand cross-link repair systems to maintain genomic stability. The level of endogenous formaldehyde in blood is relatively high in humans, and it is estimated to be in the range of 0.9 to 2 microgram per gram. And also, according to European Food Safety Authority, the endogenous turnover of formaldehyde in human is estimated to be approximately 0.61 to 0.91 milligram per kilogram body weight per minute, and also around 878 to 1,310 milligram per kilogram body weight per day, assuming that a half-life of 1.1 to 1.5 minutes. So due to the relatively high level of endogenous formaldehyde, organisms have developed or evolved mechanisms to counteract formaldehyde. First, the biological organisms have evolved a formaldehyde detoxification system centered on the enzyme alcohol dehydrogenase 5, ADH5. This system converts formaldehyde to formate, a less reactive molecule that can be used to nucleotide biosynthesis. In this process, formaldehyde is also converted into carbon dioxide by taking part in the 1C cycle, and is expelled from the lungs or oxidized to formic acid and discharged with urine. And second, the Fanconi anemia DNA repair pathway assures additional protection against formaldehyde by participating in intra-strand cross-linking repair and the maintenance of the genomic stability. In addition to IC repair mechanisms, nucleotide excision repair and mismatch repair in human can play an important role for the ICL recognition and removal, thereby reducing or eliminating the potential mutagenic effect caused by DNA ICLs in humans, particularly low doses. This well-established biological detoxification and protection system by multiple DNA repair enzymes to formaldehyde provides additional evidence or supporting information that there is a threshold for the carcinogenic effects for formaldehyde. It has been shown that formaldehyde is involved in a fundamental metabolic process in cells that enables the synthesis of nucleotides and amino acids and is present in all forms of life. So these findings change our view of formaldehyde as a toxic chemical and highlight the importance of maintaining cellular formaldehyde homeostasis to promote cell growth. So in conclusion, it is our opinion that mode of action and other relevant chemical, physiological, and biological activities and processes associated with formaldehyde should be considered in establishing cancer IUR prior to cancer risk characterization with the exposure scenario outlined from the use of a consumer paradox. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that thorough summary. And now we can go to the discussants. And first discussant would be Dr. Caden.
That was an excellent summary, and I agree with the what was included.
Thank you. Dr. McClellan.
I think Dr. Kim provided a superb summary of a very important body of work that was developed over several decades. I have nothing to add at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf.
Okay. I just want to emphasize two things which I think are important. That the lack of support of the IUR for cancer risk assessment. We don't support that the way it was developed and used because you need a proper holistic interpretation of the collected data, as Dr. Kim suggested, and that there's plenty of looking holistically evidence that there's no evidence of direct mutagenicity, the lack of tumors in the stomach, and then the lack of tumors in the SynCar mouse study. So we have whole animal evidence that if it were mutagenic as initiating effect, you should have seen tumors in those studies, and they didn't exist. So the cytotoxicity is absolutely critical for the adverse outcome of cancer.
All right, thank you. Are there comments related to this charge question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, I will go back to the agency to see if there are any clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Giovanni Marilis. There are no clarifying questions.
All right, thank you. So this is George Cobbin. At the risk of going through some procedure here, I want to make sure that we understand what the sequencing is going to be, because I think there may be some leads that aren't quite prepared for getting to their questions. And I want to kind of make sure we can get the charge questions in on the screen in the right order without surprising the EPA. So I know that Mr. Wright, you've got 5.1 ready. Do you have 5.2 ready?
I do, so long as my co-conspirator agrees with it. I have not sent it to him, and perhaps Dr. Bryce can can comment whether he agrees with it or not.
I agree.
Words.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And because there's so few discussants, you can state what's happening, and then Dr. Breesy can add to it as needed. And then on number 5.3, and 5.4, Dr. Chason, are
Yeah,
you
we're
prepared to
ready.
proceed?
We're
Okay.
ready.
Well, that's as far as I think we're going to get anyway. So I'm sorry for that delay, but I wanted to make sure that we didn't go all out of order and surprise the EPA folks. So with that, I think we're ready to move into charge question 5.1, and we will get as far as we can through charge questions 5 today before we break.
Thank you. Again, this is Giovanni Mereles. I'll be reading charge question 5.1 on source contribution. The draft indoor air exposure assessment quantitatively assessed 4 toxic conditions of use listed below, resulting in residential, for example, homes, mobile homes, apartments, exposure, and 1 toxic condition of use, last in the list below, in vehicles that are expected to be consistent contributors of formaldehyde exposure. These are construction and building materials covering large surface areas, including wood articles, construction and building materials covering large surface areas, including paper articles, metal articles, stone, plaster, cement, glass, and ceramic articles. Floor coverings, foam seatings and bedding products, cleaning and furniture care products, furniture and furnishings, including stone, plaster, cement, glass, and ceramic articles, metal articles, or rubber articles. Next, paper products, plastic and rubber products, toys, playground, and sporting equipment. Finally, fabric, textile, and leather products not covered elsewhere. Please comment on the metrics and data used by EPA to focus its risk assessment on these 4 TSCA conditions of use. In addition to the consideration of relatively high emission rate and persistence rather than temporary transient emissions, please provide feedback on additional criteria or information EPA may want to consider in its identification of major contributors to indoor air concentrations of formaldehyde.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And we'll go to our lead discussant, Mr. Wright.
This is actually a very simple question. I think the bulk of the work on charge question 5 is going to be in 3 through the end. These first 2, 5.1 and 5.2, are really quite simple. And I have to congratulate Dr. Breisy because he did the bulk of the work on this. I simply sort of looked at what he had put down, added a couple of things to it, but mostly agreed with what he had submitted. So here it is. EPA identified 4 COUs, or perhaps more accurately, 4 categories of COUs for analysis. Identifying a final list of conditions of use, COUs, for assessment is admittedly a difficult task. Conditions of use were selected based on an assessment of emission rates, published literature, as well as professional judgment. The rationale for the grouping of uses into the 4 categories needs to be more clearly justified. For example, a wide range of uses are grouped into the first grouping. These include floor coverings, foam seating and bedding products, furniture and furnishings, cleaning and care products, textile finishing, and the list goes on. It is not clear how specific metrics were used to select the COUs. For example, what emission rate cutoff was applied to highlight the 4 chosen COUs, and how professional judgment was solicited and systematically used as a source of input. Emission rates by themselves may not be sufficient to rank COUs. For example, a longer exposure time to a lower emitting product may be as important as a shorter exposure time to a higher emitting product. Emission rate data are quantitative and well described. The choice of using the midpoint of the reported values and the average of the median values for comparison purposes. A lot of noise outside. Let me pause for a minute so you can hear me.
So I can't hear that in the background. If it's bothering you, that's one thing, but
Okay.
I can't.
Okay, I'll keep going then. Is this sufficiently protective? The alternative use of higher values, such as the 95th percentile, has been suggested earlier as a more protective measure, although this might not affect the choice or the groupings of COUs. Were CEM results used to validate the choices of the COUs? If not, this may be another input to provide confidence that the COU choices focus on the greatest risks and greatest exposures. Finally, overall, while EPA could have used different groupings and provided additional information or analysis, their choices in this area are reasonable and adequate for the analysis of risk from indoor air. And that's it.
Thank you for that good summary. And Dr. Brycey, do you have further comments?
Just a couple of highlights. So the comment that the grouping on the floorings that includes cleaning products and a whole host of things it seems to be an odd combination was a comment that was made in the public comment period yesterday as well. So in some sense, we're echoing that going forward. And I had an additional comment this morning on giving it additional reflection. And it's that emission rates are calculated based on a standard temperature of, I believe, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And I did some research a few years ago in the inner city looking at indoor temperatures in homes without air conditioning. And on hot days in Baltimore City, indoor temperatures can be well above 70. We measure temperatures up 90 degrees or higher and stuff. So I'm going to add another comment about an assumption of a standard temperature for emission rates might not reflect worst case real world conditions, particularly in inner city homes or older home stock that might not have access to air conditioning going forward. So I'm going to add that as well.
So thank you for that comment. And since this is George Cobb, since I have the floor, I might also suggest that it doesn't have to be inner cities. There are places in the United States where the humidity is low enough that a higher temperature is actually much more comfortable. I used to live in such a location where we kept our house probably at 78 to 80 much of the day, simply because there was so much evaporative cooling from your body that it really didn't feel so bad. So just as a kind of to echo what you're saying there, Dr. Bryson. Okay, let's move to the rest of the committee. Are there other comments about the indoor air conditions of use? Seeing none, EPA, Dr. Morales, is there anything that you would like to clarify?
Oh, nope. Thank you for that, for those comments. I don't have any clarifying questions.
Then we may hear the next charge question.
Yes. Again, this is Giovanni Morales. I'll be reading charge question 5.2. The CEM has primarily been used to estimate short-term chemical exposures from consumer products in previous TSCA existing chemical risk evaluations. As described in section 2.1.1 of the draft indoor air exposure assessment, the CEM was used to estimate long-term concentrations of formaldehyde in residential indoor air. Please comment on the strengths and limitations of using the CEM to estimate long-term indoor air exposures to formaldehyde resulting from TSCA conditions of use.
Thank you for getting that into the record. Again, we have Mr. Wright.
And this one is even shorter. The CEM has been widely used in EPA risk assessments and can be used here. However, previous discussants have suggested that the model would be improved if a probabilistic approach was taken, and we agree with those comments so long as such a model could be constructed and validated in a reasonable amount of time. For CEM results to be used to estimate long-term indoor air exposures, product product-specific decay rates need to be incorporated into the model. And I think by that we mean emission rates. Without this component, confidence in the resulting exposure data is limited. That's it.
Very succinct. Thank you very much. Dr. Bricey, do you have further comments?
I have nothing to add.
So going to the full committee, are there questions, not questions, excuse me, comments relative to this charge question from the committee? Well, if not, we are not even giving the EPA time to get their charge questions down before we're moving to the next charge question 5.3.
Dr. Cobb, let me quickly say, once again, this was largely Dr. Bricey's work. I did look at it. I certainly explored it, but in the end, I agreed with his comments and didn't have much additional to say.
Understood, and thank you very much, both of you. So back to the agency for question 5.3.
This is Giovanni Meirelles speaking. I do not have any clarifying questions, and we can move on to charge question 5.3. The CEM was used to model the contribution of specific TSCA conditions of use to indoor air when products and articles containing formaldehyde are newly introduced to homes, mobile homes, and vehicles. Due to uncertainty in model input assumptions related to a person's likelihood to move into newly constructed homes, what products they acquire while they live in the home, and the uncertainty in the rate formaldehyde may be released from those products, the draft indoor air exposure assessment did not quantify chronic cancer risks associated with specific indoor conditions of use that contribute to indoor air exposures. Please comment on EPA's assumptions and conclusion not to assess chronic cancer risks for formaldehyde in indoor air based on uncertainties and exposure estimates beyond 1 year. Please also comment on information or approaches that may increase confidence in modeled COU-specific estimates for long-term exposures relevant to cancer risks.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And now we can go to our team of discussants. And for this question, our lead discussant is Dr. Chase. I think you're still on mute. Do we have Dr. There we go.
I'm sorry. I was having trouble making my computer turn it off.
Your audio is pretty low.
Okay, can you hear me now? Try to, just a moment.
Better. That's better.
I'm having some issues here with this. I apologize. Just one moment, please. This is Dr. Chris Chasen. Again, I'll just be reading a summarized version of our written response. There'll be a much more detailed response in writing. Cancer risk assessment for any population from aggregated exposure assessment modeled over a lifetime is always an assessment rife with uncertainty. The very establishment of potency curves is defined by upper bounds of predicted curves, probable uncertainty. Uncertainty is assumed as we define products and people's activities over future years. Existing or historically defined products, emissions, environmental scenarios, or people's activity profiles certainly changes with time. This is described very clearly in probabilistic personal-oriented models, which we will provide some background materials and references for. But the task at hand is to estimate risk with what is known, or as TSCA directs, would be reasonably expected. It is our opinion that avoiding doing the assessment creates a big issue of confidence in the assessment, much bigger than doing the calculation with descriptions of the uncertainties described by the EPA. assumptions such as durations of exposure and values of the indoor air concentrations. EPA could use this by designing a parametric distribution of using off-gassing rates for the different media, showing a projected decline over 1 year. Those values, the entire distribution curve, along with probabilities of occurrence in a home, percentages of residents with flooring or with new flooring, etc., to calculate a distribution of exposures in the home that are likely to have air contaminants from given sources. Monitoring study results could be utilized in even more powerful ways, especially to check on the predictions made by the model. As discussions in previous charge questions, EPA has a systemic problem regarding their use of available data and the inability to do aggregated assessments. The absence of any estimate for relevant cancer risk, even from a single COU in any exposure series, creates an unfortunate loss of confidence, presumably with the public and certainly from the scientific community. Explanations of why it can't be done further erodes public confidence in EPA. Confidence building begins with trust, and that begins with best scientific approaches, as we've detailed before. The existing assessment of risk has dismissed too much information and avoided too much assessment. We would recommend that EPA go ahead and do these kinds of assessments. And since they can't be done immediately with probabilistic aggregate exposures, it might be helpful to assemble an appendix containing an assembly of exposure assessments, the deterministic ones, created with their existing tools. We would hope that they would also focus on what the public would expect concerning young children, has been mentioned before, and other pest situations, and definitely including the vehicle exposure and risk. We'll add some additional comments and references and suggestions on the statistics. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen. So let's go to the other discussants. And somehow I've gotten off of my chart here. Excuse me. So I believe we have Dr. Bricey first.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Wright.
And I have nothing to add.
Somehow I muted myself. Are there comments from the committee relative to this charge question? Seeing none, we will go back to the EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions. And if not, you may read in the next charge question.
This is Giovanni Morales. We do not have any clarifying questions for charge question 5.3. Okay. Again, this is Giovanni Morales. I'll be reading in charge question 5.4. The draft indoor air exposure assessment characterizes the available indoor air monitoring data as representing aggregate exposure from all sources of formaldehyde in indoor air, including toxic conditions of use. Several sources of indoor air monitoring data were considered. In the American Healthy Home Survey 2, or AHHS2, was determined to be the source of the most current nationally representative indoor air data. Please comment on the strengths and limitations of AHHS2, its application for this formaldehyde risk evaluation, and the conclusions that the data represent aggregate sources of formaldehyde in American residences. Please comment on the appropriateness of the other indoor air monitoring data considered in the assessment and the extent to which the weight of evidence narrative is supported by current indoor air monitoring information for formaldehyde.
Thank you. So now we can go to our lead discussant, who is again Dr. Chason.
Can you hear me? I think I'm still on.
Yes, you're
Okay.
loud and clear.
Thank you. This is Dr. Chris Chason again, and once again, I'll be reading a summarized version of our written response into the record. Regarding the strengths and limitations of this AHHS2 study, monitoring study, its strengths include it's a relatively new study and likely to represent contemporary formaldehyde-based products and COUs. It is reasonably representative of the U.S. population in their primary residences in the U.S. I think the only state that it was 37 locations, but none were in Alaska, which is notable. Very good statistical design and thorough reporting. Large sample size, 1,131 homes, with weighting to show the permanent resident representation of the monitored formaldehyde concentrations. There were excellent discussions by the authors regarding the findings and details of the design. Homes represented 4 regions of contiguous U.S. Plus Hawaii, and homes constructed before 1940 to 2005. Results in the study for monitoring formaldehyde in the just current March 6, 2024 survey additional environmental findings report, reported out by age of home, household income, number of children, U.S. location, and other characteristics which allow insight into the issues such as socioeconomics, renter-owned household incomes, with inferences to the household content of new formaldehyde-based products. There were excellent discussions regarding the results, especially in the final report from March 2024. Limitations for this study. AHHS2 most likely represents American residences, but only permanent primary residents were monitored, leaving out other interior building spaces like offices, schools, hotels, retail, showroom spaces, warehouses, etc. Hence, this is applicable only to part of the potential daily formaldehyde exposure, even from the same COU. We've discussed this in several previous charge questions. No sampling was conducted in Alaska, and it should not be assumed that this study represents formaldehyde air concentrations in residences of Alaska, and that's because of the building materials and temperatures. Turning to EPA's question about conclusions that the data represent aggregate sources of formaldehyde in American residences. This study very likely represents aggregate sources of formaldehyde in American residences. It also shows other findings of interest for the formaldehyde assessments. Table 1 in the final report shows, just as an example, several interesting findings which are discussed very well from the authors of the report. Among those are homes in the Midwest and South had significantly higher concentrations than Northeast or West. Homes built before 1940 had about 1/3 lower levels than more recent ones. Discussion of this in the report suggests that newer construction materials are made of more formaldehyde-derived components or the contents of those homes. And these components and furnishings were not likely to be all wood as used in the older homes. Formaldehyde levels in non-smoking families had higher levels of formaldehyde air concentration. This was a surprising finding. This was discussed in the report and suggested logic for it, but it points out that the perils and possible fallacies in assumptions utilized in risk assessments can have this kind of surprise. EPA has noted that air monitoring may connote the aggregated air concentrations, including from sources not covered by TSCA, but these findings show that when the non-TSCA sources are present, one cannot assume that the overall air concentrations will be higher. And now to EPA's question of commenting on the appropriateness of other indoor air monitoring data considered in the assessment. The two key automobile monitoring studies, both by Lawrick, 1995 and 1996, have significant limitations. Newer and better studies are now available, particularly a publication by Wang et al. And we've discussed some of these in charge question 4.1, and a longer conversation about that will be in the written report. Other monitoring studies are useful for the exposure assessment and also for consideration across all study findings. While not designed and reported as was AHHS2, the data are valuable for a broader range of building types, each of which provide opportunities of exposure to the population. To EPA's question of the extent to which the weight of evidence narrative is supported by current indoor air monitoring information for formaldehyde. Committee felt that EPA makes the point that the monitoring studies themselves cannot drive the exposure assessment because air concentrations contributions from individual COUs cannot be divined. However, the quality of the monitoring studies provides a very high degree of confidence for the assessment for the overall general considerations of air concentrations expected in primary residences in most parts of the U.S. There may be weight of evidence support for the quantitative EPA risk assessment decisions with further consideration of the studies. We described the detailed considerations in our written report. The studies also deserve further integrated discussion in the EPA report for their findings regarding indoor environments other than primary residences. Those considerations will further define the weight of the evidence as needed for different purposes, for different exposure scenarios, as we've just talked about in previous charge questions. So the weight of the evidence support can be different for each purpose, and the EPA can discuss those important purposes separately, but they're all very useful. 3 recommendations for discussion of this within the report are recommended. 1, description of the EPA report of the findings for each of these monitoring studies should be presented in more detail. For example, the final report of the AHH2, March 2024, especially as focused on formaldehyde air concentrations, that has a whole section all by itself, for different types of homes in different locations and different population groups, will bring perspective to the utility of the study, to the variation of the air concentrations found within a given study, all with the same design. The formaldehyde for formaldehyde, we have a wealth of information. The findings of any one study can be compared to findings from other studies, even if those findings were from studies designed differently or were older. We'll provide more detail in our written comments. While AHHS2 is an excellent study, it does have limitations, especially when considering air concentrations for indoor environments other than people's primary residences. Second recommendation, all of these monitoring study reports should be reported on one graphical display to provide perspective on whether or not there really is discord among these studies. Details of the approach will be provided. Thirdly, and last recommendation, European studies showed similar results in residential air concentrations of formaldehyde, but the exposure and risk assessments were quite different. That should be explored in EPA's report to understand what mathematics or approaches or assumptions led to these different answers. And thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that summary from your group. And let's now go to the associate discussants, Dr. Bryson.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well done. That was a nice job. I don't think I have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wright. Actually, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Mike.
That's okay. It's rather flattering. This is not my area of expertise, and I did not have time to read the AHS2 study, although I'd like to in the future. So I really have nothing to add, and I congratulate the group on a very well presented and clear report.
Thank you. And thanks to that charge question team. So for the rest of the committee, are there other comments related to question 5.5? Now we'll go back to the agency to see if there are clarifying questions. Dr. Morales?
This is Giovanni Morales. Thank you for the comments. We do not have any clarifying questions.
Thank you. So if you will read in charge question 5.6, and I think our lead discussant will be Dr. Graham.
George?
I think it's 5.5.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I can't count. I got out of whack. Yes, 5.5, and the lead discussant will be Dr. Ottinger. Please proceed, Dr. Morales. Please, can you read in the charge question, please?
This is Kevin Billmer. I just got a message that they lost audio, so they're working on it. It's Kevin Billmer.
Someone else read it in?
Another EPA person can easily read it in.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, they
Okay.
asked me to read it in. Okay,
Okay,
this is
great.
Kevin Billmer with EPA. I'll read in the next charge question. It's charge question 5.5. The identified wood article specific emission rates used in the draft indoor air exposure assessment predate EPA's 2016 final rule to reduce emission rates of formaldehyde from new composite wood products made after the March 2024 compliance date and will not represent current and future emissions of formaldehyde from these products. A supplementary assessment of wood articles, assuming the new emission standards as described in Appendix D of the draft indoor air exposure assessment, was completed. Please comment on the strengths and weaknesses of this approach to better characterize future risks from formaldehyde products that reflect the new emissions standard.
Thank you for reading that in, and that was Dr. Villemere from the agency, from the EPA, in case it wasn't captured. Thank you. And so now we can move to the lead discussant, Dr. Ottinger, and I'm sorry that I almost omitted you.
That's okay. And I want to say, first of all, my apologies to the discussants. I've given you the draft very, very late. So I will read this into the record with the caveat that you're invited to please provide any additional comments to this. The general comments are that the supplementary assessment of wood articles, assuming the new emission standards for new wood products, is very helpful. And that assessment is very helpful in understanding the potential for diminished risk for wood products produced after enactment of the new standards in terms of providing lower emissions of formaldehyde. There are two aspects to consider. First, what risk will continue to exist from wood products manufactured before the EPA's 2016 final rule for new composite wood articles? And second, how much of a reduction in risk will be realized from formaldehyde associated products made according to new standards? These aspects are considered in the specific comments below, and overall, the supplementary assessment conducted by the EPA is very valuable in pointing us towards the goal of actions that reduce the risk to consumers. Specific comments applicable both to historic and post-2016 final rule implementation. The composite wood types are shown in Table 2.2 and reflect the various wood types. They include wood types in floors and furniture, which vary both in the pre-2016 final rule standards and implementation of the post-new standards. There is additional uncertainty from glues, in addition to formaldehyde emanating from wood. The products that predate the new emission standards clearly don't reflect the emissions for wood products on the market. However, there may be reduced formaldehyde emission over time that needs to be considered according to the specific product constituents and usage. The second point is that articles that are passively used can contribute to chronic exposure. Estimates from consumer exposure show that this is higher in residential environments compared to offices and businesses. Potential confounds from wood stoves and other combustion sources are not included. See section 3.2.2.1. Hardwood floors are the highest emitters of formaldehyde, and the Healthy Housing Report can provide additional insights. And finally, inhalation is the primary route of exposure, and so dermal and oral routes would be secondary. So what does that mean in terms of now focusing on post implementation of the final rule and lower reduced formaldehyde in these products? The highest risk is associated with newly produced materials for homes and automobiles, especially in new residencies. These materials should pose lower risk initially with the new emission standards, even when new, and accordingly, the risk should diminish over time. This scenario is reflected in Appendix D. Because there's medium confidence in the findings, overall estimates showing declining risks of exposure over the new standards and over time are viewed in this light. However, that said, formaldehyde in the home from crafts and other sources will not be affected by the new standards. So that what we're looking at is really just the wood flooring and wood furniture affected by the new standards. Individuals in pests may not experience benefits from the new standards initially, depending on whether they purchase new wood products. And although not directly comparable, figure 3.2 shows distribution of indoor formaldehyde concentrations in residential structures. Again, these should decrease if the predicted estimates in Appendix D occur and suggest a factor lower of potential exposures. Comparison to the table 2.2 shows the exposure for wood articles, including hardwood floors, with reduced estimated emission concentrations. And similarly, table 3.2 summarized the data for homes in a very clear manner. These analyses and in Appendix D predict reduced potential exposures to formaldehyde from wood floors and wood products. And a figure, the only comment here is a figure or table directly showing these comparisons existing and then predicted reductions could be very helpful in clarifying the potential effects for the future from the new emission standards. So in summary, the predicted benefit from the new emission standards suggests a significant improvement in risk for consumers in residential and office buildings. There will be a time lag for realizing change due to both reduced new emitting wood products and the decreasing emission from existing products. And that's it.
Thank you for that summary. And now we have two associate discussants. Dr. Bricey, do you have anything to add?
It's the Mike Wright and Pat Bricey show here. I would just like to add to that. Thank you very much, Chris. That I'm sorry, not Chris, but it would be it'd be interesting, in addition to contrasting the change in the predicted concentrations, as well as the predicted risk that might accompany that, because that'll really, I think, help drive the point that whatever EPA is doing has the opportunity to improve things in a significant way. And so I would highlight that as something else that should be emphasized. Mm-hmm. And then just a point for the future is I look forward now to the American Housing Survey 3, which will be curious to see if they can see a decline in concentration now after that implementation of that standard or not. It'd be interesting if it actually translates into real world measurements, given all the caveats and problems associated with the fact that the indoor surveys measuring things more than flooring. But if flooring is indeed the biggest contributor, as EPA has postulated, then hopefully American Housing Survey 3 will show that this new standard has resulted in an actual improvement, just not a predicted improvement.
Thank you. And make sure that Dr. Ottinger has those comments. Mr. Wright.
That was an excellent report. I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there comments from any other committee members? If not, I will turn it back to the EPA to see if there are clarifying questions, and then if not, to read in the next charge question. We're not hearing you. We still can't hear.
Audio. Is Dr. Volomir available to read the charge? Okay.
This is Kevin Villamere. Sorry about that. We're just trying to get the technical difficulties addressed. This is Kevin Villamere. And they said there were no clarifying questions on the previous charge, so that was there. And now I will read in the next charge question 5.6 on chronic non-cancer POD application. The draft human health hazard assessment relies on the chronic non-cancer inhalation hazard endpoints and PODs derived in the draft IRIS assessment on formaldehyde that have been peer-reviewed by NASEM. Section 4.2.3 of the draft human health risk assessment outlines the use of the chronic inhalation POD to assess risks to people with exposure to formaldehyde through indoor air. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with OPPT's application of the chronic inhalation POD in this context.
Thank you for reading that in and keeping us moving forward in the face of some technical difficulties. And so now we can move to our discussants, and the lead discussant is Dr. Graham. You have the floor.
This is Dr. Graham, and I will be reading the comments of the group on charge question 5.6. The limitations of the currently proposed chronic inhalation POD to assess risks to people with exposure to formaldehyde have been discussed extensively in previous sections, charge questions 3.3 and 4.4. Also, as commented in charge question 1.2, the 3 observational studies relied upon by IRIS for a chronic non-cancer hazard are not appropriate to determine a dose response and a POD. Therefore, the POD that was selected is also not suitable to use in this or any instance in this risk assessment. And as commented in charge question 3.3, the recommendation was made to explore a unified approach for the chronic and cancer assessments based on using the NOEL or no AEL POD for irritancy effect via the relevant route of exposure. Since the acute irritating effects of formaldehyde makes it unlikely for these long-term exposures over many hours, days, weeks, and months to actually occur. Indoor air concentrations are applicable to all age groups. For people who lack elevated workplace exposures, indoor air, as defined by this risk assessment, is the environment that best reflects formaldehyde exposures that could be a health risk. It should be noted that certain indoor settings may be more likely to be relevant at different life stages, such as schools. Indoor air, where people spend the majority of their time, and the typical home concentrations of formaldehyde is 23.2 micrograms per meter cubed, which is also which is 18.6 ppb, and that was from the AHHS. Thus, it appears unreasonable that EPA's chronic POD is 21 micrograms per meter cubed, 16.8 ppb, based on pulmonary function in children. Does EPA honestly believe that the typical home is hazardous to our children's health? If EPA is convinced that these PODs are correct, which the committee is not, is EPA really asking the right question of PODs and MOEs? Instead, we should be asking, how does risk increase above the POD? Who is most at risk, and how those risk estimates compare with real world data on disease prevalence, such as reduced pulmonary function in children. The recommendations from this committee are that EPA reevaluate the POD values independently from the IRIS evaluation in order that they can be used realistically, and to better communicate the data used to address the risk assessments and adequate establishment of protective margins of exposure. It would be helpful for the agency to communicate the results using the publicly available Risk 21 framework and web tool, which has been detailed in previous charge questions. A reference is included.
Thank you for that summary and for the work of the discussants on this charge question. So now let's move to the associate discussants. Dr. Caden.
Thank you very much for summarizing this. I agree with the summary as well as those in questions 3.3 and 4.4.
Thank you. Dr. Sweeney. Is Dr. Sweeney there? All right, we can move on. Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, I concur with the comments and have nothing to add for a change.
All right. Mr. Wright.
I have nothing to add.
All right, let's go back to who did we miss? Dr. Sweeney. Not hearing anything there. She was having some audio difficulties earlier. If there are clarifying comments, we can come back as needed. So the rest of the committee, are there comments on this charge question from the rest of the committee? Seeing none, we'll turn. I
guess you didn't see my flag. This is Dr. Roger McClellan. I want to make certain that my very strong, positive support for this evaluation is registered for the record. Roger McClellan. I think they did an excellent job.
Thank you, Dr. McClellan. And just so you know, I'm not trying to ignore you. I did not see your hand raised. So yeah, if don't let us bypass you, and you're welcome to put something in the chat to me if you want to make a point about these charge questions. That's great. So thank you for that comment. Other comments from the committee? If not, we'll move back to the EPA for clarifying questions from Dr. Morales, and possibly reading in the next charge question if there are no clarifying questions.
Thank you. This is Giovanni Maris. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Awesome. We do not have any clarifying questions. We can move on to the next charge question. Again, this is Giovanni Maris. I'm going to be reading in charge question 5.7. The draft human health hazard assessment relies on the cancer IUR derived in the draft IRIS assessment on formaldehyde that has been peer-reviewed by NASEM. Section 4.2.3 of the draft human health risk assessment outlines the use of the cancer IUR to assess risks to people with exposure to formaldehyde through indoor air based on air monitoring data. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties associated with OPPT's application of the cancer IUR in this context.
Thank you for getting that onto the record for us. Now we'll move to our discussant team, and our lead discussant is Dr. Graham. Take it away.
This is Dr. Graham, the lead discussant for charge question 5.7. Since the so-called peer review by NASEM was limited to the charge question supplied and was not a full review of the full body of literature relevant to the hazards and risks of formaldehyde, nor was NAS charged with reviewing alternative scientific opinions, we do not believe that this is a good peer review. And the IRIS risk assessment is still in draft form. Therefore, it's difficult to assess the use of any final proposed IUR in this risk assessment. Limitations of the currently proposed cancer IUR have been discussed extensively in previous sections, charge question 3.4 and 4.5, in that the mode of action for formaldehyde-induced carcinogenesis being based on a cytotoxicity regenerative mechanism, the consideration of formaldehyde as a threshold carcinogen, along with development of a cancer risk POD, as opposed to using linear no threshold model, is recommended under all scenarios, including indoor air. Indoor air is likely the dominant exposure to formaldehyde for most people. Indoor air is where people are mostly, and the typical home concentration, as mentioned before, is 23.2 microgram per meter cubed, 18.6 ppb. Thus, the EPA's cancer IUR would suggest that the typical home is hazardous to our health and our children's health. The agency points out that the purpose of this evaluation is to establish an understanding of the margin of exposure to assure no appreciable risk of harm. It is sufficient to point out that there is evidence that formaldehyde could result in a carcinogenic response, and to show that human exposure levels have a sufficient margin from the potential for the early key events of the adverse effect that it will be protective. However, given the MOA evidence for a threshold model and the science supporting that air concentrations below that threshold do not significantly impact the formaldehyde levels in the cells of the body, as supported by the elegant ADAPT work, the body of scientific evidence does not support the elevated risk suggested by EPA in the formaldehyde draft human health risk assessment. Given that cancer from formaldehyde is likely a threshold effect, only evident at the site of contact when formaldehyde concentrations are at or above 2 ppm, it may be worthwhile taking a unified approach to both cancer and non-cancer effects. This is the type of approach taken by WHO for formaldehyde in their indoor air guideline document from 2010. Protecting against formaldehyde concentrations at or above 2 parts per million would prevent both non-cancer and cancer impacts in people in all instances. The recommendation is that EPA needs to review the literature for best available science and calculate an IUR outside the inadequate IRIS assessment. References will be attached.
Thank you for that excellent summary. And we have several associate discussants. We'll start with Dr. Caden.
I agree with the summary as well as those that were discussed in questions 3.4 and 4.5.
Yes, and if that cross tabs to the other charge questions can be documented, that would be helpful. Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, I agree with the summary. I think it's again important to emphasize that the IUR from the IRIS assessment shouldn't be used and a better one used. And it's not sufficient just to go to the myeloid leukemia where there's no rational biological plausible mechanism where that could occur. And so basing it on the key events associated with the well-constructed mode of action is the best approach for the IUR for this risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Dr. John.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dr. Graham to put the summary together. However, I'd like to add just one point here. I would like to reserve my opinion for the recommendation, the consideration of formaldehyde as a threshold carcinogen. So I just reserve my opinion for that one. I think the report here was saying, given the MOA evidence for a threshold model, so my consideration or my thinking is not all the MOA evidence is threshold. So the detection of MOA outcomes really depends on the types of assays you applied or sensitivity of the detection. So which may not indicate specifically as a threshold effect. I just want to put that on. It could be technical issue or the lack of the information here. So I just wanted to put it here.
Jack, if you could please give me those comments, I would appreciate it and include it in the written comment.
Yes, I would.
Thank you for clarifying that. And Dr. John, you said you would reserve your comments for or have some comments in what charge question? I'm sorry, I think your hand was a little over your mouth when you were speaking.
Sorry.
At the beginning.
Okay. This is for charge question 5.7, which is we are currently discussing, right? So our team, our peers recommend the consideration of formaldehyde, recommend to EPA the consideration of formaldehyde as a threshold carcinogen, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to write just one sentence comment to chair and my team member to say, I reserve my opinion, but I'm not saying I'm against. So, but I reserve my opinion because my consideration of some MOA evidence may not be threshold.
Understood. Understood. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. That's very important. We want to make sure we are capturing your perspectives correctly. So I think that's all of our discussants. So now we can go to the full committee to see if there are other comments. Dr. Barassi, I see your camera is on. Does that mean you have a comment or just that your camera is on? It's okay. I just didn't want to leave you out. Okay. If there are no Dr. McClellan, do you have a comment?
Yes, I want to be on record. This is Roger McClellan as strongly supporting the summary that Dr. Grimm has provided. It is right on target.
Thank you for that concurrence. And as we're reading the reports through, please do add places where you concur or where you disagree, so that we can get an accurate portrayal of the committee's perspective. And that comment's not directed at Dr. McClellan. That's for everybody as we're going through not only our deliberations but also our review of the documents as they're being edited and finalized. So with that, we can move back to the EPA for any clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Giovanni Morales. We do not have any clarifying questions.
Right. Well, at this point, it's 10 minutes of the hour. Oh, wait, hold on. We have Dr. Caden has just raised her hand for something.
Yes, I just have a general question, because we're referring to this as an inhalation unit risk, which assumes a linear, cancer per microgram per cubic meter. But the recommendation is to consider threshold. So for this charge question and the other cancer-related charge questions, are we just using the nomenclature because that's what it's called?
So
Because the words imply linearity.
So this is George Cobb. I'm going to have to defer that back to your charge team, and maybe we can start with Dr. Graham and then go to other discussants as needed.
I defer to the other team members.
I see Dr. Wolf has his screen on, but maybe not hand raised.
Yes, well, you were going to get to me eventually. So that's why you don't use the inhalation unit risk. You have to come up with some other approach, because this is nonlinear. So it's be a reference concentration you would use.
Yeah, this is Deborah Caden. This is kind of what I'm implying. I think we're using the
I think
words, but we don't mean it. So I want to make that clear.
We're responding specifically to the question that asks about IUR, and the IUR is not useful in this context. So you have to use something else. So I guess the fundamental issue that you're bringing up is the something else is not an IUR any longer. It's because it's not a linear approach. It's a reference concentration that needs to be developed based on the no effect level from the point of departure for the initiating concern in the respiratory tract or in the stomach or the skin, which is irritation.
This is George Cobb. Does that answer your question, Dr. Caden? I think that's
Yes. I just wanted to make that clear, because again, we're all of the recommendations say IUR, but really, as Dr. Wolf just pointed out, we're answering the charge question, but we don't believe that it should be an inhalation unit risk.
And I think that can be refined in the writing process.
Yes, and I was going to ask Dr. Caden if she could please, she's on this group, so if she could maybe rewrite part of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So now I think we've got all of our questions. I was going to turn it back to the EPA to see if there are clarifying questions about our response to charge question 5.7.
This is Giovanni Morales. We do not have any clarifying questions regarding charge question 5.7.
All right. I think we may be concluding for the day. So we're near the top of the hour. This is George Cobb. We're near the top of the hour. we've made up a fair amount of time. We've got about 2 hours worth of material to get through. And I think that perhaps waiting until tomorrow is the best route. Give everybody a chance to breathe. Our charge teams can, if you want to continue working on this, can work on your responses, and both the ones that have already been covered and the ones that are upcoming. I would say that I had one request from a committee member to try and invite the Office of Air to provide or to have representative present tomorrow. I'm on the behalf of committee member relaying that to the agency. And so I've done that. I would like to thank everyone for their attendance and participation today, both the public, the committee, and the EPA staff. I think this has been a very productive day. And I'd like to turn it over to our designated federal officer, Ms. Gibson.
Oh, great. And again, thank you everyone for your participation and your robust discussions. I would like to thank members of the public for listening in. And I also would like to thank my colleagues at EPA for their response to our questions, as well as my colleagues and our contractor. If there aren't any other questions, the meeting has been adjourned.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we will continue the charge discussions, the remaining charges.